Chapter 2201. All the magical treasures of the cultivators of Imperial Beast Valley have been taken away. Could this person be a nascent soul stage cultivator? In addition, even a nascent soul stage cultivator would not be able to take away the magical treasures of Qinlai and the others so easily. The cultivators below stared at Ning Qi blankly. All kinds of speculations arose in their hearts. At the same time, they felt admiration for Luli. It turned out that she had already asked for help. Someone is actually willing to offend the Imperial Beast Valley for Luli Villa? Hasn't he heard of the background of the Imperial Beast Valley? Zhang Zicheng stared blankly at Ning Qi. He saw that Ning Qi looked much younger than him, but his cultivation was much stronger than his. Whether it was his bearing or his demeanor, Zhang Zicheng felt a trace of shame, which made him feel uncomfortable. Martial uncle is actually so strong? Ouyang Kadi was shocked at first, then he was overjoyed. The way he looked at Ning Qi became incomparably fiery. To be able to take away the magical treasures of Qinlai and the others. This meant that Ning Qi's cultivation level was at least higher than Qinlai and the others. This time Luli Villa was saved. No wonder Senior Bei, Xian, told us not to worry. Duo Air and the other female cultivators of Luli Villa looked at Ning Qi with little stars in their eyes. Only now did they realize that the amiable Senior Bei Xian had such a cultivation level. Now, they no longer needed to worry about their own safety. Luli looked at Ning Qi in shock. Her small mouth turned into an O shape. Ouyang Kadi had told her about Ning Qi's background. She originally thought that Ning Qi was just a bored, early nascent soul stage cultivator. She did not expect that Ning Qi's cultivation level had already reached such a level. Who are you? Qinlai calmed himself down and looked at Ning Qi in shock and anger. Originally, he was confident of victory, but now there was a trace of fear in the depths of his eyes. He subconsciously looked behind Ning Qi. Tai Sha and the others were no less afraid than Qinlai. In fact, they were more afraid. In addition to fear, they were also very distressed about their own magical treasures. The magical treasures that they had cultivated for so many years were taken away by the opponent and disappeared without a trace. Not to mention whether they could get the magical treasures back. Their lives were already in danger. Heartache, shock, fear. All kinds of emotions appeared on the faces of the cultivators of the Imperial Beast Valley. Compared to Tai Sha and the others, those foundation establishment cultivators were even more heartache. To them, a low-rank magic treasure was already very rare. They had almost exhausted all the wealth they had accumulated over the years to exchange for one. This low-grade flying sword was their lifeblood. Now that their lifeblood had been snatched away, it was even worse than killing them. You have no right to know who I am, Ning Qi said with a smile. After a pause, he looked at Luli. Kill or let go, it's up to you. Fairy Luli was slightly startled, and her eyes revealed a hint of hesitation. However, in the end, her expression became incomparably resolute. If she let Qinlai and the others go today, in the future, there would be even more intense retaliation. No matter what, they would become enemies, so it was better to just kill them. Kill! Luli decisively said. Seeing that the two were talking about their deaths, the anger in Qinlai's eyes suddenly became even more intense. He gritted his teeth and said, Don't be arrogant. Today, I am not the only one here. The Valley Master is also here. When he arrives, all of you will die. As soon as these words came out, Tai Sha and the others' expression suddenly changed. Their faces revealed a pleasantly surprised expression as they looked at Qinlai one after another. They didn't know whether Qinlai was just trying to scare them or if what he said was true. If the Valley Master really came, then they would be saved today and they could even get back their life source magic treasures. The Valley Master of the Imperial Beast Valley is also here. That's a late Yuaning stage, old monster. Within the radius of hundreds of thousands of miles, there are only 3 late Yuaning stage cultivators, and the Valley Master of the Imperial Beast Valley is one of them. If I can see him with my own eyes, then today's trip would not be in vain. I wonder if the helper invited by Luli is the opponent of the Valley Master of the Imperial Beast Valley. The cultivators below suddenly looked surprised, and then they looked at each other with different thoughts in their minds. Zhang Zicheng, do you know what Luli took from the Imperial Beast Valley, that even the Valley Master of the Imperial Beast Valley has to personally come here? Yes, you and Luli are quite close, so you should have heard of it, right? Zhang Zicheng shook his head with an ugly expression. I don't know. His gaze fell on Ningqi and then looked at Luli. In his heart, he suddenly hoped that the Valley Master of the Imperial Beast Valley would appear earlier. Are you talking about him? Ningqi smiled, and suddenly a head appeared in his hand. He lifted it up and shook it in front of Qinlai. After seeing the head, Qinlai's face revealed a horrified expression, and he subconsciously took a few steps back. He looked at the head in disbelief, and the fear in his eyes could no longer be concealed. Hiss! Taisha and the hundreds of cultivators of the Imperial Beast Valley sucked in a breath of cold air and blankly stared at the head in Ningqi's hand. The head's appearance was exactly the same as their Valley Master's. How could this be? Was the Valley Master really killed by the other party? Why didn't they notice it at all? How could a late nascent soul realm cultivator die so quietly? Ouyang Kadi suddenly understood. He finally knew what Ningqi was doing when he disappeared. Thinking of this, Ouyang Kadi looked at Ningqi with a trace of awe in his eyes. His cheap martial uncle's strength was terrifying. In just a few breaths, he killed a late nascent soul realm cultivator and even took his head. Senior Beixian, is this really the Valley Master of the Imperial Beast Valley? Lu Li looked at Ningqi with a dumbfounded expression. Senior Beixian, is this really the Valley Master of the Imperial Beast Valley? When I killed him, that was indeed how he introduced himself. Ningqi smiled and nodded. That head, is that the Valley Master of the Imperial Beast Valley? How is this possible? Who is this senior? He even killed a late nascent soul realm cultivator. Is he a soul formation cultivator? Even if he is, isn't he afraid of the dream demon, Dao, coming after him for killing the Valley Master of the Imperial Beast Valley? Everything is just a rumor. There is no proof that the Imperial Beast Valley is related to the dream demon path. Otherwise, those righteous sects would have annihilated the Imperial Beast Valley long ago. The cultivators below stared in shock at the head in Ningqi's hand. The way they looked at Ningqi changed greatly. Even the master of the Imperial Beast Valley is no match for this person? Zhang Zicheng looked at Ningqi dumbfoundedly, and the trace of competition in his heart gradually faded away. The two nascent soul cultivators standing beside Zhang Zicheng were also rooted to the spot, their eyes filled with disbelief. You, who the hell are you? Qinlai took a deep breath and looked at Ningqi solemnly. In the entire Imperial Beast Valley, he was the only one who vaguely knew the identity of the Valley Master. He was the illegitimate son of an important figure in the path of Dream Demon. Now that the Valley Master was dead, that important figure would definitely be furious. Be it Qinlai or Ningqi, they would both die. Without a doubt. Chapter 2202. Puff, puff, puff. Corpses fell to the ground like rain. In the blink of an eye, more than 300 cultivators from Imperial Beast Valley were decapitated and turned into corpses. The cultivators below looked at this scene in astonishment, and a trace of fear appeared in their eyes. Among the thousands of cultivators present, no one dared to whisper at this moment. Even the sound of breathing was deliberately suppressed to the minimum. Long live Senior Beixian! Duo Air shouted excitedly. The next moment, the female cultivators of Lu Li Villa also shouted excitedly. They felt like they had survived a disaster. Thank you for your help today, Senior Beixian. Otherwise, I'm afraid the hundreds of disciples of Lu Li Villa would have died in the hands of Imperial Beast Valley. Lu Li took a step forward and bowed, respectfully. Ningqi nodded with a smile and then flew toward the Lu Li villa. Upon seeing this, Lu Li put away the flower basket magical treasure and led all the disciples back to the Lu Li villa. From beginning to end, she didn't even look at the surrounding cultivators. Upon seeing this, the nearby cultivators were hesitant. They really wanted to go to the Lu Li villa. The Li Mountain Villa wanted to visit Ningqi, but they did not dare. In the end, no one dared to knock on the door, and they gradually dispersed. Let's go. The two nascent soul stage cultivators from Azure Dragon City said to Zhang Zicheng. Zhang Zicheng looked at Lu Li Villa with a complicated expression. Then the three of them left together. In the main hall, Duo Air and the others looked at Ningqi with shining eyes. This time, Lu Li Villa was facing a great calamity. All the girls thought that they would be defeated miserably. In the end, Ningqi took action and dealt with an enemy that Lu Li Villa could not resist. All the girls gradually felt a trace of admiration for Ningqi. Senior uncle, are you a soul formation stage cultivator? Ouyang Kadi asked curiously. As soon as this was said, all the girls, including Lu Li, became nervous. If Ningqi was a soul formation stage cultivator, it would be great news for Lu Li Villa. Ningqi smiled and shook his head. Everyone was disappointed. Ouyang Kadi wanted to ask again, but Ningqi waved his hand. Suddenly, flying swords flew out from his sleeve and landed in the middle of the main hall. The main hall was suddenly filled with sharp sword qi. Divide these flying swords. I have erased the soul imprint on them. Spend some time and you can refine them into your magic treasures. Ningqi laughed. What? Fairy Lu Li looked at Ningqi in disbelief. Those Foundation Establishment and Golden Core Stage flying swords were still acceptable, but the 5 people's flying swords were all high-quality, mid-grade magical treasures. How could Ningqi just give them all to them? Duo Air and the others sucked in a breath of cold air. Their eyes were filled with ecstasy as they glanced at the flying swords used by Taisha and the other 3. They didn't dare to think about Qin Lai's flying sword since it would definitely be colored glass. However, it was very likely that they would be able to get Iron Sands and the other 3's flying swords, which were much stronger than the low-grade artifacts they were currently using. Senior Beixian, this Fairy Lu Li was somewhat hesitant. Ningqi had just saved hundreds of their lives, which was already extremely difficult to repay. Now, Ningqi had given them hundreds of flying swords. Liu Li accepted. Senior uncle is just this generous. He even gave me forefather Terminator's purple howl sword. Ouyang Kadi winked at Lu Li. In that case, thank you very much for your gift, Senior. Fairy Lu Li cupped her hands at Ningqi with a solemn expression. She then reached out, and Qin Lai's flying sword immediately fell into her hand. A trace of joy flashed across her eyes. Although she was also an early-stage, nascent soul cultivator, this flying sword had been refined by Qin Lai for countless years. Its power was extraordinary. It was extraordinary. It was several times stronger than the low-grade flying sword she had. Thank you, Senior Beixian. Duo Air and the other girls thanked Ningqi with a smile, and then eagerly chose their own flying swords. After Duo Air and the others had made their choices, the Foundation Establishment and Qi Refinement Stage female cultivators reached out for their flying swords. For a moment, the main hall was filled with a joyous atmosphere. This time, not only did Lu Li Villa not suffer heavy losses because of the Beast Taming Valley, but they also received an unexpected fortune. The reason was all because of the arrival of Ningqi and Ouyang Kadi. Duo Air, you said that your father had seen an immortal. Do you remember the details? Ningqi looked at Duo Air with a smile. Duo Air's eyes revealed a trace of reminiscence when she heard this. The girls in the hall immediately quieted down and looked at Ningqi curiously. Did this Senior Beixian really believe that Duo Air's father had seen an immortal? Even Lu Li and Ouyang Kadi's expressions became a little strange. Immortals were existences that far surpassed the Mahayana stage cultivators. They lived in the legendary immortal realm. Although there were legends of immortals in boundless heaven star, there was probably no one who had actually seen an immortal. Duo Air's father was just a mortal and had long turned into a cup of soil. How could he have seen an immortal? He was an ordinary woodcutter in the unbounded desolation realm. One day, when he was chopping firewood for his family, he accidentally fell into a cave and fainted. He thought that he was dead, but after a few days my father woke up and found himself in a strange place. There were strange flowers and grasses all around, and there was a very strange building. Half of the building was shrouded in clouds and mist. My father was very courageous and walked towards the building. Before he even got close, a white-bearded old man shrouded in a faint white light walked out of the building. When he saw my father, he said that he was an immortal. Since my father was fated to meet him today, he gave my father a set of cultivation technique. If my father was lucky enough, he would be able to become an immortal in the future with this set of cultivation technique. Lu Li and the others revealed a trace of surprise in their eyes. Duo Air only said that her father had seen an immortal, but she did not say that the immortal had given her father a set of cultivation method. What happened to your father after that? Ningqi asked with a smile. Duo Air said with a smile, my father's aptitude was not good enough to practice this cultivation method, so he passed it on to me. Is what Duo Air said true? Lu Li looked at Duo Air with a strange expression. Perhaps he was just a cultivator at the form synthesis stage or the crossing calamity stage. After all, Duo Air's father was just a mortal at that time and couldn't tell the difference between an immortal and a cultivator. Ouyang Kadi said, subconsciously. Duo Air immediately pouted. My father said that the old man must be an immortal because he had seen cultivators before, but he had never seen a cultivator with that kind of bearing. Duo Air, the cultivation method that you're practicing now is from that immortal, right? Ningqi said with a smile. Chapter 2203. Duo Air blushed when Ningqi put his hand on her shoulder. She looked at Lu Li subconsciously. Then she felt a warm aura enter her body from her shoulder. It circled around her body before flowing back to her shoulder. It is indeed an immortal cultivation method. Ningqi nodded with a smile. The person your father met before was indeed an immortal. Really? Duo Air was pleasantly surprised. In fact, she had the same suspicions as Ouyang Kadi. She had thought that her father might have only met a cultivator. Lu Li was confused. She looked at Ningqi strangely. She had also checked Duo Air's cultivation method, but she didn't feel anything special. How could Senior Beixian tell that Duo Air was cultivating an immortal's cultivation method? Could it be that Senior Beixian had seen an immortal cultivation method before? Cultivation method? Uncle Master, are you comforting Duo Air? Even Tiandao sect only has an incomplete immortal cultivation method. If Duo Air is cultivating an immortal cultivation method, why is she still at the golden core stage? Ouyang Kadi said in surprise. Who told you that you can advance quickly by cultivating an immortal cultivation method? Have you cultivated it before? Ningqi looked at Ouyang Kadi indifferently. Hearing this, Ouyang Kadi's face revealed a trace of embarrassment. Then he came to a realization. That's right, he had never cultivated in an immortal's cultivation method. As for the Tiandao sect, it was only a rumor. Whether or not there really was an incomplete immortal's cultivation method, only the sect leader of the Tiandao sect would know. Uncle Master can recognize an immortal cultivation method. Doesn't that mean? Ouyang Kadi looked at Ningqi with a trace of reverence in his eyes. Duo Air, do you know where the cave your father mentioned is? Ningqi smiled. He had just seen Duo Air's attributes and used his immortal qi to check. Duo Air was indeed cultivating an immortal clan's cultivation method, but it was only an incomplete level 1 immortal clan's cultivation method. Either the white-bearded grandpa had casually given her father a cultivation method that he didn't want, or her father had lost it. The most essential part of Dharma. This was because duo air's cultivation was not very profound. However, compared to ordinary cultivation methods, it was still a few levels higher. It could slowly change duo air's cultivation aptitude. However, it lacked the essence of combat. As a result, duo air's combat ability was similar to that of an ordinary golden core cultivator. Outsiders couldn't tell what was special about it. However, if duo air did not cultivate this technique, she would at most be a foundation establishment cultivator. Her aptitude was not suitable for cultivation. She was able to reach the golden core stage because this technique helped her slowly cleanse her marrow and change her aptitude. I don't know where it is anymore. My father took me to look for it, but we couldn't find it no matter how hard we tried. Duo air shook her head. What about the specific seats? For example, the village where your father lived. Ning Qi laughed. I remember that. Senior Beixian, why don't I bring you there? I haven't been back to the village for many years. A hint of anticipation appeared in Duo Air's eyes. The realm of unbounded desolation was a vast place. The village where she and her father used to live was in a remote corner of the realm of unbounded desolation. There weren't many cultivators there, and even Qi refining cultivators could do whatever they wanted. Duo Air left the village after her father's lifespan came to an end. She hadn't been back for hundreds of years. Firstly, she didn't care about the village anymore. Secondly, she was too far away from the village. Even with her current cultivation base, it would take her at least 10 years to get back on her flying sword. Every day was precious. Unless it was absolutely necessary, no one would waste 10 years of time on the road. All right. Ning Qi nodded with a smile. Uncle Master, can you take me with you? Ouyang Kadi looked at Ning Qi expectantly. If Ning Qi could really find the cave where Duo Air's father fell into, wouldn't he have a chance to see the legendary immortal? What are you going to do? Ning Qi smiled. Ouyang Kadi smiled sheepishly. If the Imperial Beast Valley is really related to the Dream Demon Path, they might send someone to take revenge on the Luli Villa. Take this jade slip. If the Luli Villa is no match for them, you can crush it. It should be able to hold them off for a while, until Duo Air and I come back. Ning Qi took out a jade slip and handed it to Luli. The jade slip was very ordinary. There was nothing special about it. The only unusual thing was that the moment he took it out, he injected a strand of immortal qi into it. Not to mention nascent soul cultivators. Even soul formation cultivators and body integration cultivators would not be able to withstand this immortal qi. Even a crossing tribulation stage cultivator could be killed directly. Ning Qi believed that the dream demon Dao would never send a great ascension stage cultivator for a mere Luli Villa and Imperial Beast Valley. Thank you, Senior Beixian. Fairy Lu Li took the jade strip and felt that there seemed to be an extremely terrifying power hidden inside. Inwardly, she felt relieved and quickly thanked Ning Qi. When Ouyang Kadi saw this, he tried to persuade Ning Qi to bring him along. But in a flash, Ning Qi and Duo Air disappeared without a trace. Lu Li and Ouyang Kadi looked at each other and saw the shock in each other's eyes. What is Senior Beixian's cultivation level? Lu Li murmured to herself. The cultivation circle in the Azure Dragon City was not big. The news of the Imperial Beast Valley's destruction soon spread to hundreds of thousands of miles. The cultivators who had been bullied by the Imperial Beast Valley clapped their hands and cheered. Those cultivator sects attached to the Imperial Beast Valley were a little scared, afraid that their enemies would take this opportunity to find them. When the other forces of the Imperial Beast Valley heard the news, they immediately sent their elders to the Luli Villa. They felt that it was necessary to pay a visit to such a powerful cultivator. The dream demon said. At the entrance of a cave covered in black fog, the door suddenly opened and an old man in black robes with disheveled hair walked out. His eyes were dark green and he had an aquiline nose. If a child were to see this appearance, they would definitely be so frightened that they would stop crying. Grandmaster. Forefather Terminator saw the old man and immediately knelt on the ground. He had been waiting here for a few days. When he first arrived at the Dream Demon Path, if he didn't introduce himself, he would have been killed by the cultivators of the Dream Demon Path as a spy from a righteous sect. Terminator, why didn't you stay at the Maple Leaf Planet? What are you doing at the Endless Heaven Star? The black-robed old man said lightly. Chapter 2204. In that case, you can stay in the Dream Demon Road from now on. Come with me to a place. The black-robed old man sneered. He no longer cared about Maple Leaf Planet. It didn't matter if Forefather Terminator's identity was exposed or not. Right now, he wanted to see who killed his 9th son. In the black-robed old man's hand was a clump of powder. That was his 9th. Z's life medallion. He had 9 sons. His son was the youngest, and the one he valued the most. He had broken through into the late nascent soul stage before he was 700 years old, and had a good chance of entering the divinity transformation stage in the future. For that reason, he had kept his son's identity a secret. Instead of allowing him to practice cultivation in the Tao of Dream Demons, he had helped him establish a sect in the realm of unbounded desolation. As a righteous cultivator, however, on this day he sensed that something was wrong with his 9th son's life medallion. When he took it out to take a look, it had already been reduced to dust. My son, no matter who killed you, blood will flow like a river today. The black-robed old man immediately soared into the sky. Forefather Terminator was stunned when he saw this. He had planned to ask his forefather to help him take revenge by killing the brat Oyinkidi and taking back his natal artifact. He didn't expect that the forefather would fly away as soon as he came out of seclusion. Could it be that the forefather already knew of his arrival? Everything that had happened on Infinite Horizon Planet? When he thought of this, Forefather Terminator hurriedly flew into the air and chased after the black-robed old man. Imperial Beast Valley. Due to the death of the Valley Master and Chinlai, there were only a few Golden Core cultivators left in the beast-taming valley. When they heard the news, they took the strongest battle beasts in the valley and left without hesitation. Now, only a few Foundation Establishment and Chi Condensation cultivators were reluctant to leave the beast-taming valley, a place with abundant spiritual energy. However, they didn't stay in the valley. Instead, they hid deep in the mountains. After all, the beast-taming valley had annihilated several sects and made enemies with countless forces. Even if there were rumors that the beast-taming valley had a close relationship with the Dream Demon Tao, many forces didn't dare to come looking for them. Vengeance, but they were also afraid that some forces would disregard everything and directly come to seek revenge. 2 figures appeared above the Imperial Beast Valley. Along the way, Forefather Terminator had more or less figured out why his forefather had come here. He hurriedly said, "Forefather, there are still some refinement cultivators left here. Should this disciple go capture them?" The black-robed elder nodded calmly. Upon seeing this, Forefather Terminator's figure moved slightly and disappeared from where he stood. When he reappeared, he was holding 2 refinement realm cultivators in each of his hands, who had terrified expressions on their faces. "Senior, we are no longer cultivators of the Imperial Beast Valley. Please show mercy and let us go." The 2 Chi Condensation cultivators were scared out of their wits and begged for mercy. Just a second ago, they were still sitting cross-legged, but in the next second, they were suppressed by someone. The 2 of them were extremely regretful. If they knew this would happen, they would have left the beast-taming valley decisively. They shouldn't have coveted the spirit chi here. "Who killed your valley master?" The black-robed elder said indifferently. The 2 of them were slightly startled, and their eyes were suddenly filled with horror. The black-robed old man's appearance and attire, as well as his aura, made them think of a place. Dream Demon Tao. Could it be that the rumors were true? Was the Valley Master really a cultivator of the Dream Demon Tao? When the 2 of them thought of this, their hearts suddenly felt relieved. One of them quickly said, Senior, our valley master died in Luli Villa. I heard that he was a helper invited by Luli Fairy. I think his name is Beishian. Luli Villa, the black-robed elder said indifferently, direction. The two of them quickly pointed out the direction of Azure Dragon City. The black-robed elder turned around and left. Seeing this, Forefather Terminator let out a strange laugh, directly crushed their throats, and chased after the black-robed elder. Even in death, the two of them didn't expect that even after telling everything they knew, they still couldn't escape death. Below, when many chi condensation cultivators saw this scene, they didn't even have the courage to collect the two's corpses. They packed up their belongings and quickly left the beast-taming valley. At this point, the beast-taming valley had become completely empty. Not even a cultivator was left. Azure Dragon City. Luli Villa. Luli Fairy. When you sent someone to pass the message, this old man was not in the sect and couldn't come in time to help. I hope Luli Fairy won't blame me. An old man smiled and cupped his hands toward Luli. He exuded the aura of the late Yuanying stage. He was the vital energy sect leader. Chiomoshian, Ouyang Kadi, and Luli Fairy's several direct disciples showed a hint of ridicule in their eyes. Senior Chiu, this matter is over. Luli smiled faintly. Yes, it's over. May I know if Senior Beishian is here? Chiomoshian laughed dryly. Senior Beishian has already left. I don't know when he will return. Why don't you come next time, Senior Chiu? Luli smiled faintly. I see. Chiomoshian's eyes showed a hint of disappointment, then he nodded. Just as Luli and the others were sending Chiomoshian off, two figures suddenly came from afar and landed in front of everyone. The expressions of Luli and the others changed slightly, and a hint of vigilance appeared in their eyes. After seeing Forefather Terminator, Ouyang Kadi sucked in a breath of cold air. Does this old guy have a dog's nose? How could he chase after me? Forefather Terminator was as surprised as he was. In fact, when they were about to reach Azure Dragon City, he felt that he was getting closer and closer to Ouyang Kadi. Because he had done something to Ouyang Kadi, he could sense his location at any time. Thinking of this, Forefather Terminator suddenly thought of himself. Could the purpose of Forefather's trip be related to the guy who took his artifact and saved Ouyang Kadi's life? These two are... Chiomoshian looked at Forefather Terminator and the black-robed elder strangely. When he saw the appearance of the black-robed elder, his face suddenly turned pale with fright. Black fiend demon? Oh, you know me. The black fiend looked at Chiomoshian indifferently. The fear in Chiomoshian's heart almost overflowed from his eyes, and he subconsciously took a few steps back. What a joke! How could he not recognize the black fiend demon? This was a body integration stage being that was far more powerful than a soul formation stage being. In the Tao of Dream Demon, he was one of the 72 demons. He had a portrait of the black fiend demon in his vitality sect. His master had told him that if he met someone at the level of the Dream Demon Tao's 72 demons, he should kneel and beg for mercy. Chapter 2205. Haha, I didn't expect you to be here too. Forefather Terminator sneered at Ouyang Kadi, then looked at the black demon. Forefather, this is the kid who leaked my identity. Black Fiend ignored Forefather Terminator. He looked at Luli and said indifferently, Who killed the Valley Master of Beast Valley? Beast Valley? Chiomoshian sucked in a breath of cold air in his heart. The rumors were indeed true. It was just that he didn't expect the master of the Imperial Beast Valley to be related to the Black Fiend demon. With such a background, it was no wonder that several soul formation cultivators had quietly disappeared when they said they wanted to thoroughly investigate the background of the Imperial Beast Valley. It's over. I came at the wrong time today. Why am I so unlucky? Chiomoshian's face was sullen. He really wanted to leave, but the Black Fiend demon didn't say anything. He didn't even dare to move a finger. A body integration cultivator could casually crush a late-stage, nascent soul cultivator like him. It seems that the Beast Valley is in cahoots with the Dream Demon Path. Is Senior here for revenge? Lu Li said with a dignified look. Forefather Terminator has been with the Dream Demon Path ever since he arrived at the Endless Heaven Star. They smell the same. Uncle Master isn't here now. I'm afraid it'll be dangerous today. Ouyang Kadi thought to himself. He did not know the Black Fiend Demon, nor did he know that the Black Fiend Demon was a cultivator at the form synthesis stage. Otherwise, with Ouyang Kadi's courage, he would have been trembling with fear. For the Beast Valley? Haha, it's just a Beast Valley. It's not worth my time. But you don't know that the master of the Beast Valley is my 9th son, right? The Black Demon smiled and scanned the Luli Villa with his divine sense. He didn't find anything strange. Apart from the 2 nascent soul realm cultivators in front of him, there was no one above the nascent soul realm. Hiss! Everyone gasped and looked at the Black Demon in disbelief. The master of the Beast Valley was the son of one of the 72 demons of the Dream Demon Path? Tell me, where is the cultivator who killed my son, and I'll spare your life. The Black Demon smiled at Lu Li. How can the words of the demon be counted? The corner of Lu Li's mouth rose slightly, and a trace of determination appeared in her eyes. If you don't tell me, then everyone here, including the mortals, will die. Think about it before you answer me. Hei Sha smiled faintly. Chiu Maxian's eyes revealed a hint of hesitation. Finally, she gritted her teeth and stepped forward with cupped hands. Senior Black Demon, the cultivator who killed the master of Imperial Beast Valley, is called Beixian. At this moment, he is really not in Luli Villa. However, Senior can wait here. Lu Li said that he will come back after some time. Lu Li, Ouyang Kadi, and the others looked at Chiu Emosian with disdain in their eyes. What kind of bullshit righteous person was he? Oh, did he go out? Hei Sha smiled lightly. Then I will wait here. Lu Li had been preparing to crush the jade slip in her hand. Hearing Black Fiend's words, she heaved a sigh of relief. The other party didn't seem to intend to kill them for the time being. Senior, I am the Vital Energy Sect Master and have nothing to do with this matter. May I take my leave first? Chiu Maxian smiled awkwardly. Today, not even an ant is allowed to leave this place without my permission. The Black Fiend Demon head smiled. Hearing this, Chiu Maxian's expression changed slightly. A hint of fear flashed in her eyes, and she shut her mouth. Old ancestor, this kid has a deep hatred for me. Can I kill him first? Forefather Terminator pointed at Ouyang Kadi and said, Leave him alive. The Black Fiend Demon head smiled faintly. Hearing this, Forefather Terminator's eyes revealed a sinister smile, and he walked towards Ouyang Kadi. Although the Forefather didn't allow him to kill Ouyang Kadi, Forefather Terminator had countless methods to make the other party suffer a fate worse than death. Don't act recklessly. Ouyang Kadi's eyes showed a trace of fear. Wait. Lu Li suddenly stepped forward and blocked in front of Ouyang Kadi. She looked at the Black Fiend and said, Senior Beixian's cultivation is unfathomable. This person is his martial nephew. If you hurt him, there will be no room for negotiation. Please think twice. Humph. No matter how strong that guy is, can he be stronger than my forefather? My forefather is a dignified early-stage body integration cultivator. There are few who can match him in Tian Xiao Star. Forefather Terminator snorted coldly and walked towards Ouyang Kadi without a care. Seeing this, Lu Li gently exerted force in her palm. If Ouyang Kadi was captured and tortured by the other party, his Dao root would probably be destroyed. At that time, it would be no different from death. Just as she was about to crush the jade slip and fight, the Black Fiend gently waved his hand. All right, I want to see what kind of person this Senior Beishian you speak of is. Forefather, Terminator was startled. Just wait for 10 days. If he doesn't come back within 10 days, everyone here will be buried with my son. The Black Fiend snorted coldly and walked straight into the main hall of Lu Li Villa. I'll let you live for another 10 days. Forefather Terminator fiercely glared at Ouyang Kadi and chased after the Black Fiend demon head. Fairy Luli, this old man has been implicated by you today. Chiu Maxian looked at Lu Li and sighed. Senior Chiu, no one invited you to my Lu Li Villa. You came here yourself. Fairy Lu Li snorted coldly and turned to leave. The female disciples of Lu Li Villa also looked at Chiu Maxian with a trace of disdain. After they all left, Chiu Maxian was left standing alone. He sighed and sat down cross-legged. Now that he couldn't escape and he couldn't beat the Black Fiend demon head, he might as well wait here for 10 days. At that time, it would be clear whether he lived or died. Senior Beishian has passed. Another 500 miles back. It seems to be here. Duo Air tightly held onto Ningqi's arm. Her hair was blown up by the wind. Ningqi's speed was too fast. A journey that would take her 10 years was completed by Ningqi in less than 10 days. Are you sure it's here? Ningqi scanned the area with his divine consciousness. Other than a few small mountain villages, there was no one here. There weren't even many demonic beasts, let alone the cave that Duo Air mentioned. This was a very desolate place in the corner of the unbounded desolation. Because there were no cultivation resources, ordinary cultivators were not willing to live here. Along the way, there were only 3 to 5 sects, and the strongest cultivator in each sect was only at the Golden Core realm. Duo Air looked down for a while and then nodded excitedly. It's here. This is the Zhao village. Then let's go down. Ningqi smiled and landed at the entrance of the Zhao village with Duo Air. There were a few old women chatting at the entrance of the village. When they suddenly saw the two of them, their faces were immediately filled with shock. Immortals! Immortals! No, it's cultivators! Chapter 2206. The old woman was at least 90 years old. But with the abundance of spirit chi on the infinite heaven planet, ordinary mortals could live for more than 100 years without illness or pain. The old woman was still very healthy, and when she heard what Duo Air had called her, she stood up in shock and walked towards Duo Air. Your grandma Duo Air? The other women were shocked when they heard the old woman's words. Could this young girl be the legendary phoenix that flew out of the Zhao village and became a cultivator, Zhao Duo? It's you, Xiao Hua. I didn't expect you to still be here after all these years. Duo Air was overjoyed. Grandma Duo Air, it's great that you're back. A bully took all the men in our village while you were away. Only the old, the weak, the women, and the children are waiting to die in the village. The old woman burst into tears. What? Where did the bully come from? Duo Air scanned the village with her divine will and found that there were only a few children around 3 to 5 years old. Their fathers were nowhere to be seen. He's a cultivator just like you. He comes and goes as he pleases. All the boys in the village are taken away by him when they turn 14. The old woman cried. The other women finally reacted and echoed. Perhaps the commotion outside the village had attracted the attention of the villagers. Ningqi discovered that in a short while, hundreds of women of different ages had appeared at the entrance of the village. They were looking at them with fear in their eyes, and a few of them were very young. Some of the women even hugged their children tightly, afraid that someone would take them away. I can't believe such a thing happened. Duo Air looked guilty. She hadn't been back for years and didn't know cultivators were wreaking havoc in the Zhao family village. After feeling guilty, she looked angry and said to Ningqi, Senior Beishian, "Can I go save the men in the Zhao family village first, and then take you to find that person?" "Of course, I'll go with you." "Of course, I'll go with you." Ningqi smiled. Duo Air was touched and nodded. Xiao Hua, when will that cultivator come again? Duo Air asked the old woman. The oldest in our village, Baby Tiger, is already 8 years old. The next time he comes should be in 6 years. The old woman calculated. A child who was peeking his head out seemed to have heard his name and looked at the old woman subconsciously. Soon his mother took him back. 6 years? It's been too long. Oh, right, did they only come to our Zhao village? Did you go to the other villages? Duo Air's eyes lit up. Yes, Grandma Duo. They have been to all the villages nearby. Last time I came here, I heard them talking. They said that they only have 100,000 slaves, which is far from enough. It seems that they are planning to gather 1,000,000 slaves. The old woman said, That's good. There should be a village nearby with children who are almost 14 years old. As long as we find this village, we will be able to find them. Duo Air's lips curled up. Ning Qi's divine thoughts swept out like running water. After a few breaths, he smiled at Duo Air and said, I found a village. There are a few children who are almost 14 years old. Thank you, Senior Beixian. Duo Air exclaimed in surprise. Then she gave the old woman a few more instructions and flew toward the village with Ning Qi. Grandma Hua, who is that lady? After the two of them left, the farmer woman near the village entrance approached the old woman and asked curiously, That's the pride of our Zhao village, Grandma Duo Air. She is also the only cultivator in this village. I heard that her father saw an immortal descending to the mortal world with his own eyes. That's how Grandma Duo Air was able to become a cultivator. Now that Grandma Duo Air is back, your man should be able to return home soon. Returning home is really a blessing from the heavens. The old woman laughed. When everyone heard this, their faces immediately revealed a look of wild joy. 8,000 miles away from the Zhao village, there was a village that was many times larger than the Zhao village. At this moment, the people of the village were gathered at the gate, looking at the figures in front of them, speechlessly. A few of the women looked reluctant. Their eyes were fixed on the strong young men at the gate. Why are there only 5? I remember there were 8 of them. A Qi refinement cultivator with a mustache said calmly. Apart from him, there were 3 other cultivators who were about the same level as him. They were looking at the women in the village with eagle-like eyes. Mr. Cultivator, the other 3 have been taken away by the giant insects in the mountains, a pale old woman said. Ever since the Stronghold Master was captured, as the wife of the Stronghold Master, she naturally became the new Stronghold Master. If you dare lie to us, you'll lose thousands of lives in your village. The mustached man sneered. I wouldn't dare. The old woman shook her head. So be it. Let's go. Another Qi refinement cultivator said, Are you taking us to cultivate? Suddenly, one of the 5 calf-like youths asked the mustached man and the others with a curious look in his eyes. Cultivate? Hee. How can a lowly bastard like you be qualified to cultivate? The mustached man looked at the young man and sneered. I'm not a lowly bastard. The young man was furious. The other 4 looked at the mustached man and the others in fear. They didn't have the courage of the young man. Qi, don't be rude to the Mr. Cultivator. The old woman hurriedly slapped the young man's face. Then she smiled apologetically and said to the mustached man and the others, This child is ignorant. Mr. Cultivator, please don't be offended. Please don't be offended. There's no difference between 4 people and 5 people. I'll bring 1 less person back today. I don't think the higher-ups will say anything. The mustached man chuckled. He seemed to be talking to himself, but also seemed to be giving instructions to the other cultivators. Then he walked toward the young man called Qi. When the women in the village saw this, they sighed in their hearts. Qi, this brat, probably wouldn't survive today. After his father was taken away, his mother died of illness not long after. His grandfather and grandmother also died a long time ago. He was an orphan. Now that he died, his bloodline would be broken. "Grandma Village Master, move aside. If he wants to kill, then let him." Chi suddenly pushed away the old woman in front of him and stared at the mustached man without fear. The mustached man saw his gaze and suddenly felt his heart tremble. "Damn it!" The mustached man flew into a rage out of humiliation and roared. As if to drive away the inexplicable fear that had just appeared, he struck Chi with his palm. "It's here!" A voice suddenly sounded. In the next moment, two figures appeared in front of Chi. Chapter 2207. "Who are you?" The mustachioed man asked cautiously. "So you're the ones who are constantly capturing adult men within a 10,000-mile radius." Duo Air looked at the mustachioed man coldly. "Have you been to the Zhao family village?" "Zhao family village? That remote mountain village?" The mustachioed man was slightly startled, but he did not answer Duo Air. He could sense a trace of hostility in her tone. "You too?" The mustachioed man took a deep breath and prepared to introduce himself. "Cut the crap. Where are the people of the Zhao family village?" Duo Air snorted coldly. A faint aura of the Golden Core realm emanated from her body. A Golden Core realm cultivator. The mustachioed man and his men's expressions changed. Their faces immediately revealed a trace of fear. How could there be a Golden Core realm cultivator in such a remote place? Furthermore, from the looks of it, she seemed to be related to the Zhao family village. When the people in the village saw the fear on the mustachioed man and his men's faces, they subconsciously looked at Ning Chi and Duo Air with a trace of shock in their eyes. A cultivator could also be afraid? Chi looked at Duo Air and Ning Chi in a daze. Suddenly, a trace of passion rose in his heart. He could not help but clench his fists. He wanted to be like these two, an existence that could make the mustachioed man and his men tremble in fear. "So Senior is a Golden Core realm cultivator. What is your relationship with the Zhao family village?" The mustachioed man cupped his hands and bowed. "My name is Zhao Duo Air. What do you think my relationship with the Zhao family village is?" Duo Air said coldly. "Zhao Duo Air? She's from the Zhao family village? Damn it. I think the people in the Zhao family village did say that there was a cultivator in their village. How could she be a Golden Core realm cultivator?" The mustachioed man's body trembled, and he cursed in his heart. He never expected a Golden Core realm cultivator to come from such a poor village. If he had known earlier, he would not have gone to the Zhao family village to capture men. "Since you know who I am, why don't you tell me where you took the men from the Zhao family village? Do you want to have a taste of my flying sword?" Duo Air shouted coldly. A flying sword broke out from her body and floated above her head. The original owner of this flying sword was Tai Sha. It had been refined by an early-stage, nascent soul realm cultivator for many years, and was extremely powerful. The moment it appeared, it emitted a terrifying aura. The mustachioed man and his men were pressed to the ground, unable to move. "Senior, please wait. We are merely running errands." The mustached man sensed the strong killing intent from Duo Air and quickly told her everything. The sect he belonged to was called the Immortal Crane Sect, and the sect master was a perfected Golden Core cultivator. He was famous in the surrounding hundreds of thousands of miles. Not long ago, someone from the Immortal Crane Sect discovered a 9-sun stone mine. Due to the special nature of the 9 sunstones, only men with sufficient chi and blood could approach it. If a woman approached it, the 9 sunstones would become worthless 9 stones. In order to mine all the 9 sunstones without the other sects noticing, the Immortal Crane Sect sent their men here. They were going to capture adult males and use them for mining. "Bring us there." Duo Air said coldly. "Senior, if Junior brings the 2 of them to the 9 sunstone mine, Junior will definitely die." "Sect Master won't let me off," the mustached man said with a terrified expression. "If you don't bring us there, you will die right now," Duo Air said calmly. The mustached man and the others were terrified. They looked at each other, then gritted their teeth and agreed to bring Ning Chi and Duo Air to the Nine Suns stone mine. Big sister, big brother, can you bring me with you? Just as they were about to leave, Chi Yi suddenly stepped forward and looked at Duo Air and Ning Chi with a hopeful expression. Your talent is not suitable for cultivation. Duo Air shook her head. She had already investigated Chi Ye's aptitude from the very beginning, because the courage he displayed was very suitable for cultivation. Unfortunately, his aptitude was not very suitable for it. Is that so? Chi Yi was stunned, but he did not say anything else. Since the other party had already said that he was not suitable for cultivation, he would not force her. Wait, come here. Ning Chi waved at Chi Yi. Chi Yi was startled. His eyes flashed, and he quickly walked to Ning Chi. Ning Chi sized him up and patted his shoulder. Finally, she smiled and asked, Are you afraid of heights? Chi Yi was startled, then replied, No. Then let's go. Ning Chi smiled and soared into the sky with Chi Yi. Duo Air was startled. She did not understand why Ning Chi would bring along a mortal who was not suitable for cultivation. However, she did not think too much about it. She coldly glanced at the mustached man and the others. Let's go. Yes, very soon, after Ning Chi and the others left, the old woman finally reacted. Her face was wild with joy. The other 4 slow-witted youths were hugged tightly by their mothers. They were overjoyed that their children were not taken away this time. Leader, that child Chi, that child has his own destiny. The next time we see him, we should call him Lord Cultivator. The old woman laughed heartily. When the women heard this, their eyes suddenly revealed looks of envy. The 4 slower youths suddenly realized that Chi Yi, who they had played with since childhood, might walk a completely different path from them in the future. Thinking of this, a trace of jealousy flashed in the depths of these youths' eyes. They were filled with jealousy and regret. If they had known earlier, they would have asked Chi to take them away. It's so tall. Chi lowered his head and looked down. Those tall mountains had become extremely small at this moment. Senior Beixian, Duo Air saw his aptitude. He's not suitable for cultivation. Duo Air transmitted her voice curiously. That's because you didn't see it clearly enough. Ning Chi smiled. He saw a few words on Chi Ye's attribute panel. Everything else was not important. Aptitude and destiny were not important at all. Those words were the most important. The Jiang family token. The 14-year-old boy in front of him, who looked ignorant of the world, had a Jiang family token in his body. Like the old demon of Black Mountain and Ning Chi, he was also an outer disciple of the Jiang family who was undergoing a trial. The only difference was that Chi had just started, and he didn't know it himself. If Ning Chi and Duo Air hadn't arrived in time, Chi wouldn't have been killed by a mere Chi refinement cultivator. Chapter 2208 Nine Suns Stone Mine. More than 100,000 men were swinging their hoes with all their might. Their backs were covered in calluses, and if they moved even a little slower, the foreman would whip them. Therefore, no matter how hard and tired they were, they did not dare to slack off. Sweat flowed down their callus-covered backs, and from time to time, someone they fell to the ground and fainted. Some even died on the spot from exhaustion. You cultivators are equivalent to 100 men. You don't mine and let these mortals without cultivation use their lives to mine. Crane Immortal Sect? I think it's Demon Crane Sect. Duo Air's eyes were filled with anger when she saw this scene. Mortals were like ants in the cultivation world, and ordinary cultivators would not care about mortals' lives. However, as far as she knew, very few sects would enslave mortals like this. After all, every cultivator was born as the birth of a mortal. Before a 9 sunstone mine is refined, it is extremely weak and can easily be invaded by all kinds of spiritual energy. Cultivators like us have more or less cultivated inattribute cultivation methods or magical arts. If we dig it up it will turn into 9 stones. 9 stones can't be refined into artifacts, so they lose their original value. Only mortal males have a single attribute in their bodies, yang qi. If they were to mine it, it would not ruin the original appearance of the 9 sunstone. Seniors, my immortal crane sect has no choice but to do this. The mustached man said in a low voice. The other qi, refinement, cultivators nodded. Qi Ye's eyes were wide open as he stared the tragic scene below. When he thought that his father was likely to be one of them and was captured here as a slave, he wanted to beat the mustached man to death on the spot. Even if you want to use mortals to mine, you should give them the treatment they deserve. How can you whip them? Tell me, where are the people from my Zhao family village? Duo Heir said angrily. My father. Qi said. The mustached man's face showed a trace of bitterness. The people from Zhao family village might have died long ago, but he did not dare to say it. He said in a low voice, there are too many people here. Even if they are from the same village, they will be separated for easier management. I can only say that the men from Zhao family village are here. As for their exact location, I can't tell. Senior Beixian, what should we do? Duo Heir looked at Ning Qi with a pleading look in her eyes. It was extremely difficult to find dozens of men from the Zhao family village among the hundreds of thousands of mortals below. Simple, just take them all away. Ning Qi smiled. No, absolutely not. If that's the case, the sect master will definitely go crazy. At that time, the mustached man waved his hand. So what if I'm mad? Duo Heir sneered. At this moment, a few supervisors noticed something strange and flew over. These supervisors were all at the Foundation establishment realm. After all, the Immortal Crane sect had to guard against other sects coming to snatch the mine. They had sent over 10 Foundation establishment realm cultivators to guard this place. Apart from that, there was also an early-stage Golden Core realm cultivator suppressing this place. Zhang Quan, who are these people? A Foundation establishment cultivator looked coldly at the mustached man and the others. His gaze swept across Ning Qi's group of 3, and a hint of suspicion appeared in his eyes. Ah, Elder Huang, the mustached man was startled. Then, a hint of hesitation appeared on his face. This is a cultivator from the Zhao family village. Our Immortal Crane sect has brought the men from their village to the 9 Sun Stone Mine. We're here to look for the men from the Zhao family village. The Foundation establishment cultivators looked at each other and then at Duo Heir. You're not here with good intentions, are you? Elder Huang, this senior is a Golden Core realm cultivator. The mustached man quickly reminded them. Golden Core realm? The few of them were stunned. Then there was no fear in their eyes. So what if he was a Golden Core realm cultivator? Their Immortal Crane sect also had a Golden Core realm patriarch guarding this place. However, since the other party was a Golden Core realm cultivator, they had to give him some face. Thinking of this, Elder Huang, who spoke first, continued, So it's a Golden Core realm senior. I was rude just now. How about this? I can help you find the men from the Zhao family village and let you take them away. I want to take them all. Duo Heir said coldly. Take them all? The few Foundation establishment realm cultivators revealed a trace of anger. Elder Huang stared at Duo Heir. Senior, please don't joke around. If you take all these men away, how can our Immortal Crane sect continue to mine the 9 Sunstone mine? I think you should stop while you're ahead. Duo Heir, kill them all. It's a waste of time talking nonsense with them. Ning Qi smiled. Duo Heir nodded. Her flying sword flew through the air and instantly killed the Foundation establishment cultivators in front of her. At this time, there were still a few supervisors who were paying attention to the situation. Their faces were filled with shock, and they all let out a long cry. Enemy attack. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. One by one, the Qi refinement realm cultivators flew out. There were at least a few hundred of them. In front of them stood 7 or 8 Foundation establishment realm cultivators. At the same time, the early-stage Golden Core Realm cultivator, who had been cultivating and guarding the 9 Sunstone mine, also came out of his seclusion. He flew into the sky and landed in front of everyone, heading towards Ningqi. He looked over coldly. The mustached man and the rest were trembling in fear. A dignified Foundation Establishment Realm cultivator was easily killed by the other party. This was a huge blow to them. The expressionless slave miners suddenly raised their heads and looked towards Ningqi. Their eyes were filled with vigor and excitement. Could it be that someone had come to save them? Which sect are you guys from? The early-stage Golden Core Realm cultivator from Immortal Crane sect looked at Duo Air coldly. He could not sense Ningqi's aura and thought that Duo Air was the strongest among them. Patriarch, Elder Huang, and the rest were killed by this woman. Those few seemed to be our Immortal Crane sect's Qi Refinement Realm cultivators. I didn't expect them to be traitors. If not for him leading the way, how could ordinary cultivators discover the 9 Sunstone mine here? A Foundation Establishment Realm cultivator stared at the mustached man and the rest. Elders, we were coerced. We are not traitors. The mustached man tried to defend himself, but before he could finish speaking, the flying sword that had just killed a few Foundation Establishment Realm cultivators pierced through the mustached man's chest. When the other Qi Condensation Realm cultivators saw this, they frantically circulated the spiritual Qi in their bodies, wanting to escape to Immortal Crane sect's side. However, they only managed to escape 10 steps. And were killed by the flying sword. How dare you? Kill them for me. The early-stage Golden Core Realm cultivator from Immortal Crane sect was enraged. He sensed that Duo Air's cultivation was similar to his, so he decided to get rid of Duo Air first. He did not care about the other two. Ningqi smiled and suddenly punched out. The immortal Qi immediately condensed into an incomparably huge fist in front of him. With a loud boom, it smashed on the body of the Immortal Crane sect's early-stage Golden Core cultivator. The other party did not even have time to react and was beaten into a ball of spiritual Qi dissipating in the world. Chapter 2209. That's great. That Golden Core cultivator from Immortal Crane sect is dead. We're saved. These must be cultivators who came to rescue us. I've said it before. There are good and bad cultivators, but there are only a few who are as bad as Immortal Crane sect. Not necessarily, maybe they're fighting for resources, just like our village, seizing the mountain and changing the master. When the time comes, we'll still have to use our lives to mine. Some of the slave miners were happy while others were worried. Still not scramming? Ningqi smiled at the remaining Foundation establishment and Qi condensation cultivators. When the other party heard this, he left without hesitation. It was just a mineral vein, no matter how valuable it was. Their lives were definitely more important. As long as they returned to Immortal Crane sect, everything else would be decided by the sect leader. The other party could even kill an old ancestor in the early Gold Core stage with one punch. However, it was not their turn to worry about it. When the slave miners saw the despicable supervisors disappear from their sight, their expressions relaxed a lot. However, they still looked at Ningqi and Duo Air nervously, not knowing what their fate would be. Who among you is from Zhao village? Duo Air lowered her head and glanced at the over 100,000 slave miners. Her red lips moved slightly, and her voice spread throughout the entire 9 Sunstone mine with the help of spirit energy. Zhao village? The expressions of a few strong men changed, and they looked at each other in bewilderment. After about 7 or 8 breaths of time, more than 100 people raised their hands one after another. Seeing this, Duo Air reached out and grabbed. Her spirit energy turned into a large net, and she caught the men in front of her. The men of Zhao village revealed a trace of fear in their eyes, but they heaved a sigh of relief when they saw that Duo Air did not take any further action. Are you really from Zhao village? Tiger Head Mountain Zhao village? Duo Air confirmed again. She was not familiar with any of these people. It seemed that the men of Xiao Hua's generation had already died in this 9-sun stone mine. Sir Cultivator, we are indeed from Tiger Head Mountain Zhao village. The oldest among them, an old man who looked to be in his 50s, said while trembling, "Are all the men in Zhao village here?" Duo Air glanced at them and found that they all had some internal injuries. She released some spiritual energy from her body and entered the bodies of the Zhao men. They felt a sudden chill in the places where they had been aching. The next moment, their injuries gradually healed and they became more spirited. The scenery had become much better. At this moment, the men of the Zhao family village were finally sure that the cultivator in front of them had no ill intentions towards them. Their expressions became somewhat excited. The old man who spoke first looked around and sighed. Reporting to Lord Cultivator, the living are all here. After a pause, the old man looked at Duo Air and hesitantly asked, "Esteemed Cultivator, did you come here to rescue us today?" "I'm Zhao Duo, your great-grandmother," Duo Air said. "Zhao Duo, great-grandmother?" Duo Air's voice was not loud, but everyone heard it clearly. The slave miners below looked at the men of Zhao village in disbelief. There was really a cultivator among the ancestors of this Tiger Head Mountain Zhao village? Many slave miners who had a good relationship with the men of the Zhao family village had more or less heard them mention this matter. They said that a long time ago, a cultivator came out of the Zhao family village. If that cultivator came back, he would definitely save them. Everyone treated it as a story. No one believed that a cultivator could come out of the small Zhao family village. Now, they finally believed that the men of the Zhao family village were not boasting. The cow lied. "Your grandmother Duo Air?" The old man looked at Duo Air in disbelief. His eyes suddenly turned red because he finally realized that Duo Air's appearance was 80 to 90% similar to the stone statue passed down in the Zhao village ancestral shrine. As for why she was so young, they knew that cultivators had techniques to preserve their appearance, so it was not strange at all. The other men of Zhao village were also extremely excited. Originally, they thought that the other party was just a few kind-hearted cultivators who came to help because they could not stand Immortal Crane Sect's treatment of mortals. They never expected that the person who came to save them was really the duo, a milk that the older generation mentioned. "Grandmother, that's right." Duo Air nodded. "I'll bring you back to the village first." "Go, I'll bring the rest." Ning Qi nodded with a smile. "Thank you, Senior Beixian." Duo Air smiled sweetly. Everyone then realized that this young man beside Grandmother Duo Air might be a cultivator who was even stronger than Grandmother Duo Air. They looked at Ning Qi with a trace of respect. Then Duo Air used the spirit chi net to bring the 100 men of Zhao village towards Tiger Head Mountain. The other slave miners revealed looks of envy when they saw this. The men of Zhao village are really lucky. The cultivators of Immortal Crane Sect either died or ran away. Should we run too? There's no one here. It's probably tens of thousands of li away from our village. Even if we die, we won't be able to walk back. Suddenly, a stream of immortal chi rose from beneath their feet. Before they could react, the 100,000 slave miners on the 9-Sunstone mine were all carried into the air by the immortal chi. This scene was extremely spectacular. Even Qi was dumbfounded. He quickly reacted and looked at Ning Qi dumbfounded. He was shocked by Ning Qi's means. Duo Air was curious too. She could see that Qi had no spirit root at all and was not suitable for cultivation. But Ning Qi said that one should not only look at the surface. She wanted to see if Qi was suitable for cultivation. "Sure, but I have a request. You must agree to it." Ning Qi smiled. "Qi, Yi was pleasantly surprised. He didn't expect Ning Qi to agree so easily. As for what Ning Qi wanted him to promise, Qi Yi didn't think too much about it. He said, "Brother Bei Xian, tell me, as long as I can cultivate, I can promise you anything. What I want you to promise is very simple. In the future, if you succeed in your cultivation, no matter what you encounter, no matter who your master is, you must remember that you belong to the ancient immortals. Understand?" Ning Qi smiled. Chapter 22:11. Brother Bei Xian, can't I worship you as my master? Qi Yi looked at Ning Qi blankly. He thought that Ning Qi intended to accept him as a disciple. "I don't intend to accept you as a disciple, but don't worry. I will teach you what I should teach you. Your achievements in the future will depend on your own luck." Ning Qi smiled. Qi Yi was startled, then nodded and said, "I promise you, no matter what I encounter in the future, no matter who I worship as my master, I will remember that I am an ancient immortal." "Good." Ning Qi nodded with a smile. Qi Yi would not pester him, which was one of his strengths. If it was another ordinary person who encountered such an opportunity, they would definitely try to worship him as their master. Even if they didn't say it at the time, they would think so in their hearts. But Qi Yi was different. Ning Qi could see that. 10 days! The Black Fiend stood up from his chair and said indifferently. Although he did not look at Lu Li and the others, the chill in his words caused the hearts of the female cultivators of Lu Li Villa to tremble. Ancestor Terminator sneered and looked at Ouyang Kedi gloomily. He had no interest in Lu Li and the others. He just wanted to torture Ouyang Kedi, the guy who caused him to be unable to stay on Maple Leaf Planet, and let him die a horrible death. "Ancestor, I think that guy may not come back. Why don't you let this disciple kill these ants and vent your anger for Ancestor?" Ancestor Terminator said respectfully, "I want you to help me." He Sha glanced at him indifferently. Ancestor Terminator's heart skipped a beat. He didn't dare. The Black Fiend smiled, stood up, and walked out of the hall. Lu Li and Ouyang Kedi looked at each other and followed him out. Outside, Chiu Maxian had already stood up, waiting for the Black Fiend Patriarch's punishment. He looked at Lu Li with a hint of reproach. If the Black Fiend demon died this time, it would be Lu Li. Fairy's fault. Another hour, and 10 days will be up. I keep my word. At that time, there will be no chicken or dog left, and blood will flow like a river. Heisha smiled. Fairy, Lu Li looked at him indifferently, her hand tightly holding the jade strip that Ning Qi gave her. If this jade strip couldn't deal with the Black Fiend, then no one in Luli Villa would survive today. At this stage, do you still think that the thing in your hand can hurt me? Heisha suddenly laughed. That thing in his hand. Forefather Terminator subconsciously looked at Colored Glass's hand. Liuli's expression changed slightly. You discovered it long ago? I noticed it as soon as I arrived here. Did that person leave it for you? You've been holding it for more than 10 days, and I've been observing it for a very long time. Heisha smiled. Fairy Lu Li's eyes revealed a glimmer of understanding. She finally understood why the Black Demon Ancestor didn't kill her on the first day. It turned out that the other party didn't know the power of this jade slip. Now that the Black Demon said these words, did it mean that he was no longer afraid of this jade slip and knew that it didn't have much effect on him? Effect? You guessed right. The cultivation of the owner of this jade slip is quite strong. At least, he's a form synthesis cultivator like me. If he came in person, I might have to spend a lot of effort to kill him. But just by relying on the aura he left in the jade slip, he can only deal with ordinary soul formation cultivators. Heisha's eyes flashed with a hint of smugness. Marshall Uncle is actually a form synthesis cultivator. Heisha's words didn't make Fairy Lu Li and the others panic. Instead, they were pleasantly surprised. They didn't expect Ning Qi's cultivation to be so strong. If that was really the case, as long as Ning Qi returned to Lu Li Villa, they could be saved today. That guy is so strong. Fortunately, Forefather Terminator's eyes revealed a trace of fear. Fortunately, he left immediately after using the sword. Otherwise, his life would have been lost in that guy's hands. Now that he only lost the purple howl sword, it was extremely good. Fairy, Li actually knows a form synthesis cultivator. Chiyomashian's expression was strange. He was shocked and regretful. If he had come earlier or later, today's situation wouldn't be so uncomfortable. It turns out that you don't even know what level the other party's cultivation has reached. Hei Sha's eyes revealed a faint trace of mockery. You say it as if you know? A voice sounded in the air. The next moment, 3 figures landed in the courtyard and stood opposite Hei Sha. Marshal Uncle Bei Xian. Senior Bei Xian. Ouyang Kadi and Fairy Li's eyes revealed surprise. After the female cultivators of Li Villa saw Ningqi, they immediately heaved a sigh of relief. Master, eh? Who is this guy? Duo Air was very happy to see Fairy Li. However, when her eyes swept across Hei Sha, she was immediately startled. Hei Sha's aura was very gloomy. Whether it was killing intent or murderous aura, they were much stronger than ordinary cultivators. One look, and you could tell that he was not a good person. Are you the one who killed my son? Ha ha ha. Hei Sha's gaze fell on Ningqi. He then let out a sneer and walked toward Ningqi. When he was 10 meters away from Ningqi, a saber light flashed. The next moment, Hei Sha's expression became extremely dull. You are. Bloodlines appeared on Hei Sha's body. There were at least 1,000 of them. Everyone only heard a poof. Before Hei Sha could finish his words, his body had already turned into pieces of minced meat and fell to the ground. A nascent soul that looked exactly like Hei Sha suddenly rushed into the sky. Escape from this place. Ningqi flicked his finger, and the immortal Qi turned into a sharp arrow, directly smashing the nascent soul that flew dozens of miles away. From Ningqi's appearance to Hei Sha's death, in the eyes of everyone, only a short period of time had passed. Forefather Terminator still had a trace of ferocity on his face. When he saw the minced meat on the ground, the ferocity on his face gradually disappeared and was replaced by infinite horror. Ouyang Kadi was stunned. Fairy Li was stunned. Chiyomashian was stunned. Everyone present seemed to have been petrified. They stood where they were, dumbfounded. Even the sound of their breathing was so weak that it could not be heard. There was a sudden silence. Hei Sha was dead? One of the 72 devils of the Dream Demon Tao, a great cultivator with early body integration cultivation, was chopped into mincemeat in less than a breath. Even his nascent soul could not escape. Hiss! After a dozen or so breaths of silence, everyone finally reacted. They gasped and looked at Ningqi in disbelief. Chapter 2212. You killed my forefather. Do you know who he is? Forefather Terminator recovered from his shock and roared at Ningqi, trying to put up a brave front. He knew that if he wanted to save his life today, he had to borrow the name of the Dream Demon Path. Otherwise, he would end up like Black Fiend. Chiyomashian was dumbstruck as he looked at Ningqi. There was a trace of joy on his face from escaping death. He should have been happy, but when he saw a body integration cultivator being slaughtered like a chicken, Chiyomashian couldn't feel happy at all. A chill ran down his spine. Sweat. One of the 72 demons of the Dream Demon Path. Black Fiend, right? Ningqi smiled. Forefather Terminator choked and looked at Ningqi in disbelief. How did you know? No. Since you know my forefather's identity, how dare you kill him? Aren't you afraid that the great ascension cultivators of the Dream Demon Path will personally suppress you? I'm not afraid. Ningqi smiled. Forefather Terminator's mind was in a mess. Ningqi's answer was completely different from what he expected. Why didn't the other side play by the rules? Marshal Uncle Bei Xian. This guy is Forefather Terminator. He was the one who ambushed me when we first arrived at Endless Heaven Star. Ouyang Kadi, pointed at Forefather Terminator and shouted at Ning Chi. Forefather Terminator's heart skipped a beat as he knelt in front of Ning Chi. Senior, please don't kill me. All of this is just a misunderstanding. Although I wanted to kill little brother Ouyang, I didn't manage to do so. Senior, please forgive this junior this time on account that I haven't caused a great disaster yet. Little brother Ouyang. Ouyang Kadi froze, then, Pooey! A mouthful of phlegm flew through the air and accurately landed on Forefather Terminator's head. Who's your brother? Now you call me little brother? What did you call me before? You wanted me to live a life worse than death. Seeing that my martial uncle is stronger than your forefather, Black Fiend, you're afraid? It's Black Fiend. Liuli reminded. Oh, Black Fiend and Black Fiend are the same. He's already dead. Ouyang Kadi's eyes flashed with embarrassment. You should understand what my martial nephew means. Ning Chi smiled at Forefather Terminator. I'll fight you to the death. Forefather Terminator was just about to get up and fight Ning Chi to the death when he suddenly took out something from his bosom and crushed it. In the next second, his body became slightly illusory like water ripples. Ha ha ha. This is a teleportation talisman. It was a mistake on your part that you didn't kill me on the spot. Just you wait. I'll send word back to the Dream Demon Dao that you killed the Black Fiend Patriarch. After that, you'll just have to wait for a Mahayana cultivator to come and kill you. Tremble. Forefather Terminator laughed wildly, and his figure gradually disappeared. Ning Chi looked at him expressionlessly. Ouyang Kadi and the others showed a trace of pity in their eyes. They didn't think that Forefather Terminator still had such a trick up his sleeve. He had used some teleportation talisman to escape this disaster. It wouldn't be so easy to kill him next time. After this lesson, they believed that Forefather Terminator would hide himself well and not show himself easily. Just as Forefather Terminator was about to disappear, Ning Chi suddenly reached out and grabbed. It was as if he had reached into water and pulled Forefather Terminator out alive. Forefather Terminator looked dazedly at Ning Chi. What's going on? Didn't you want to make me tremble? Ning Chi smiled. I'll show you. No. Forefather Terminator only had time to let out a miserable howl before Ning Chi's arm shook up and down at a speed that the naked eye couldn't catch. Forefather Terminator disappeared again in front of everyone. Pooh! A leg fell out of the void. Pooh! Then an arm. Pooh! 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 About 10 minutes later, Ning Chi clapped his hands. Other than a pile of small pieces of flesh, a complete arm and leg, there was no trace of Forefather Terminator. The scene was extremely silent. Where's Forefather Terminator? Ouyang Kadi asked in a daze. Dead. Liuli said quietly. Thank you, Uncle Master, for killing Forefather Terminator for this disciple. Ouyang Kadi hurriedly cupped his hands and bowed to Ning Chi. Thank you, Senior Beishian, for saving us again. The female cultivators of Lu Li Villa, led by Fairy Lu Li, said in unison. Only then did Chiu Mashin react. He hurriedly cupped his hands and bowed to Ning Chi. He opened his mouth, but found that he didn't know what to say. After all, this was the first time he met Ning Chi, and he saw the most tragic scenes in his life. Why didn't you crush the jade slip I gave you? Ning Chi smiled at Liuli, a mere form synthesis stage cultivator. You crushed it and killed him directly. If I had come a little later today, you would have been in danger. Lu Li smiled bitterly. How did she know that Ning Chi's jade slip had such powerful power? If she hadn't just seen He Sha die in Ning Chi's hands without any resistance, she wouldn't have believed that Ning Chi's cultivation had reached this level. It was 10 times worse than what she and Ouyang Kadi had guessed in private. Thousands of miles, a jade slip can kill a form synthesis stage cultivator. Chiu Mashin was shocked again, and he looked at Ning Chi with even more respect. It's fine if it's useless, keep it for later. Ning Chi smiled. Lu Li's eyes lit up slightly. Ningqi was right. She could keep this jade slip for the next crisis. Thinking that this jade slip could even kill a form synthesis stage cultivator, Lu Li immediately put it into the sumo ring. She didn't dare to put it on her hand again. She was afraid that if she moved, she would accidentally crush the jade slip. This is... Ningqi looked at Qiumaxian. Senior, I am... Qiumaxian looked very excited, but before he finished speaking, he was interrupted by Lu Li. Insignificant people. Senior doesn't need to pay attention to them. Lu Li lightly said, "Oh." Ningqi nodded, and then said to Qi, "Follow me." Qiumaxian watched Ningqi and the others disappear from her sight. She wanted to say something, but hesitated, and then looked at Lu Li angrily. "Lu Li, why did you? Don't you think that my Lu Li villa implicated you, causing you to almost die in the hands of the He Sha demon? What? Still not leaving? Do you want me to tell Senior Beixian how you tried to please the He Sha demon before you leave?" Lu Li's eyes showed a hint of sarcasm. Qiumaxian's tiger body shook, and without saying a word, he turned his head and flew away. This old guy is really as timid as a mouse. He was so scared in front of the He Sha demon, but he still has the face to meet Uncle Beixian. What a joke! Ouyang Kadi said with a slightly sarcastic tone. Did you just notice that Senior Beixian seems to have brought back a mortal? Chapter 2213. You can stay in this room for the time being. I'll stay next door. Starting tomorrow, I'll teach you the most basic cultivation method. Ningqi brought Qi to the courtyard that Duo Air had arranged for him to stay in. He pointed at one of the rooms and smiled. All right. Qi nodded excitedly. He was afraid that he wouldn't be able to sleep tonight when he thought about how he could start cultivating tomorrow. Martial uncle this is? Ouyang Kadi ran over and curiously looked at Qi. Lu Li followed closely behind. You came just in time. Today, I'll talk to him about the basics of cultivation. Ningqi beckoned to Ouyang Kadi and handed Qi over to him. Then he returned to his room. His figure flashed and appeared in the top-notch training ground. Ouyang Kadi stared blankly at Qi and then at Duo Air. Master, Martial Uncle Ouyang, this is Qi. Senior Beixian plans to teach him cultivation. Duo Air introduced. Is he Martial Uncle's new disciple? Ouyang Kadi said in surprise. A trace of envy flashed past his eyes. Although he addressed Ningqi as Martial Uncle, he knew that Ningqi was not actually his Martial Uncle and had nothing to do with his demon-subduing sect. Lu Li scanned Qi with her divine sense and frowned slightly. Her eyes revealed a strange expression. Qi didn't have a spiritual root and seemed to be completely unsuitable for cultivation. Why would Ningqi accept such a mortal as a disciple? Could it be that he was so bored that he planned to groom a nobody? A cultivator with spiritual roots? Brother Beixian doesn't want to take me as his disciple, Qi said. Duo Air nodded. Senior Beixian said that he won't take Qi as a disciple, but he will teach him cultivation. Martial Uncle Ouyang, don't ask so much. Senior wants you to explain the basics of cultivation to Qi, so just tell him. Oh, that's good. Ouyang Kadi's heart finally calmed down a little, but then he looked at Qi with a dumbfounded expression. What did you just call Martial Uncle? Brother Beixian? He looked a few years older than me. Qi said. Then don't I have to call you Martial Uncle? Ouyang Kadi said unwillingly. This. Senior, we can call each other our own. Qi laughed awkwardly. Ouyang, teach him well. Liu Li patted Ouyang Kadi's shoulder and smiled at Qi. Then she left with Duo Air. She wanted to ask Duo Air if she found the Immortal Grotto in her hometown. You're saying that Senior Beixian really found traces of immortals there? But immortals are much more powerful than great vehicle cultivators. How did you tell? Lu Li fell into shock. Master, Senior Beixian is actually the deity's disciple. Duo Air whispered. A disciple of an immortal. Lu Li looked at Duo Air in a daze. Inwardly, she couldn't believe it. The disciple of an immortal, perhaps she was at least a Deshang stage existence. Duo Air repeated what Ning Qi said to Lu Li in a low voice. After that, she gawked for a moment and blankly looked at Lu Li. Master, these words, should I not say it out loud? Don't worry, Master won't tell anyone. Lu Li patted Duo Air's little head with a complicated expression. She had a hunch that her muddle-headed disciple's future achievements would be beyond her reach. If the starry sky, great teleportation array constantly changes space coordinates, it would be very difficult for me to capture it with my current divine sense in the top cultivation training ground. After a moment of contemplation, Ningqi immersed his mind in the dragon-slaying maul. There were all kinds of magical techniques in the dragon-slaying maul. Perhaps he could find a technique that could strengthen his divine sense in a short period of time, such as the 9 Hidden Gates technique, Vast Sea Heart cultivation technique, Rank 5 Immortal technique. 5 million dragons slaying crystals, forget it. Eternal Ice Heart cultivation technique, Rank 7 Immortal technique. Ningqi didn't even look at it and directly searched for the next one. A Rank 5 Immortal technique would cost 5 million dragon-slaying crystals, let alone a Rank 7 Immortal technique. Ningqi didn't have many dragon-slaying crystals left. To find a cheap immortal technique that could greatly strengthen his divine sense might be an extremely difficult thing. However, Ningqi had a lot of time, so there would always be a chance if he took his time. Just like that, half a year passed. Ningqi constantly searched the sea of cultivation techniques for spiritual force cultivation techniques that were suitable for his current situation. Exploding Heart technique? Ningqi was suddenly attracted by this technique. He first looked at the price. 300,000 dragon-slaying crystals was not expensive. Ningqi could afford it. Then he looked at the rank of Exploding Heart technique, a Rank 1 Immortal technique. Next, he looked at the effect of Exploding Heart technique. In a short period of time, the divine sense can be strengthened by dozens or even hundreds of times, but the price is to be weak for a month. It seems quite suitable for me. It's just that the price of being weak for a month is a little too high. If I happen to encounter any danger, I will be helpless. Ningqi rubbed his chin and pondered for a while. Finally, he decided to exchange for Exploding Heart technique. After exchanging, Ningqi started cultivating. After a month, he finally cultivated to the first rank of Exploding Heart technique. There were 3 ranks in total, and the difference in power between each rank was huge. Ningqi's mind flickered slightly, and he began to circulate the Exploding Heart technique. The next moment, he felt as if his god soul was being roasted on a fire. At first, it was warm, then it became scorching hot, and there was a faint pain. About 10 breaths later, Ningqi felt a buzzing sound in his mind. His divine sense broke out of his body. Ningqi's divine sense was much stronger than those of the same rank. Previously, under the guidance of the system, he used the spiritual godstone to refine his soul to a level that ordinary people could not reach. However, Ningqi did not continue to refine his soul. Instead, he walked the path of becoming a sage. Even so, his divine sense was far stronger than those of the same rank. Now that it had been strengthened several times, Ningqi had a feeling that his divine sense could easily kill a human devil stage cultivator, and even hurt an earth devil stage cultivator. If it's the second rank of Exploding Heart technique, wouldn't the power of my divine sense be even stronger? The third rank. In this way, this Exploding Heart technique can sometimes be used as a trump card, although the price is a little high. Ningqi's idea was right. In the immortal world, the Exploding Heart technique was originally a secret technique of a certain sect. It was used to turn the tables. However, when encountering an enemy worthy of using the Exploding Heart technique, if he could not kill the enemy in one blow, he would definitely die after entering a period of weakness. Chapter 22:14. The next day, Qi Yi came to Ning Qi's room early in the morning with anticipation in his eyes. Yesterday, Oyankadi told him a lot of things to pay attention to at the beginning of cultivation. Oyankadi thought that Qi would not remember so much, but when he asked Qi to repeat it, Qi Yi recited it word for word. This shocked Oyankadi. He secretly felt that this mortal was not simple. Perhaps this was the reason why Ning Qi wanted to teach him cultivation. After a while, the door opened and Ning Qi waved at Qi. Qi walked into the room nervously. You don't have a spiritual root in your body. If you follow the normal path, your cultivation progress will be very slow. Maybe you will die before you reach the foundation establishment realm. Ning Qi smiled. Please teach me, Brother Beixian. Qi cupped his hands. Last night he heard Oyankadi say that he did not have a spiritual root, but Qi did not care. As long as he wanted to cultivate, he had to give it a try. Ning Qi smiled and gently patted Qi Ye's forehead. Imprisonment, dragon elephant skill. Qi Yi looked at Ning Qi in a daze. His eyes gradually showed ecstasy. This set of skills appeared in his mind. Although he had not cultivated it, Qi Yi could feel that it was not ordinary. In addition to the general principle, there were 33 other side principles. Any one of them was probably extremely powerful. What a method! I have taught you the cultivation method. You can figure out the rest yourself. If you really don't understand, come and ask me. Ning Qi smiled. Thank you, Brother Beixian. A trace of gratitude appeared in Qi Ye's eyes. He respectfully bowed and left. After Qi Yi left, Ning Qi disappeared from the room again. Senior Beixian hasn't left his room these days? Master, Senior Beixian has been cultivating in his room. Well, then don't disturb Senior Beixian. Go and send those guys away. Yes, more and more cultivators came to visit Lu Li Villa. At first, Lu Li didn't show up. Later, she simply didn't show up and let Duo Air be responsible for sending these cultivators away. This situation lasted for about a month. Suddenly, from one day, no cultivators came to Lu Li Villa. Seeing that, Duo Air and the others breathed a sigh of relief. They had assumed that they would be able to live a peaceful life. However, as time went by, not a single cultivator appeared. Seeing that, they sensed something amiss. One day, Duo Air angrily came to Lu Li. Master, rumor has it that Senior Beixian killed the dark malevolent demon. No wonder those cultivators don't dare to visit. It's not because Senior Beixian doesn't want to meet them, it's because they don't dare to. Qiu Maxian. A cold light flashed across Lu Li's eyes. The people of Lu Li Villa would not leak this matter, so it could only be Qiu Maxian. Master, Qiu Maxian must have spread the news on purpose, so that the cultivators of the Dream Demon Path would come and take revenge on Senior Beixian. Duo said angrily, If I had known that day would come, I would have asked Senior Beixian to kill Qiu Maxian. I got it. You can go now. Pay attention during this time and see if there are any unfamiliar faces in Azure Dragon City. Lu Li said. Yes. Duo Air nodded and left. Vitality Gate. Lu Li, I'll let you be proud. So what if that person's cultivation base is high? You killed one of the 72 demons of the Dream Demon Path, and you still want to live a good life. When this news reaches the ears of those devils of the Dream Demon Path, they would surely send a crossing tribulation stage cultivator to replace the dark malevolent demon. Is it revenge? Otherwise, where would the face of the Dream Demon Path be? Ha ha ha. Qiu Maxian's eyes revealed a trace of complacency. Inwardly, he felt very relieved. Some time ago, when he spread the news, he was very afraid that Lu Li Villa would come looking for him. Therefore, he deliberately let his disciples pay attention to the movement in Azure Dragon City. However, he found that there was no response from Lu Li Villa. After that, he was relieved. He thought that Lu Li didn't think that he would spread the news. After all, There were so many people present that day, and any one of them could be a suspect. I didn't expect the righteous cultivators to care about the face of my dream demon path. A chuckle sounded behind Chiu Maxian. Chiu Maxian's expression suddenly became incomparably stiff. He blankly turned his head, and his eyes revealed a look of horror. Behind him stood a young cultivator in a white robe, looking like an immortal. However, the other party's words had already admitted his identity. Dream Demon Path, Cultivator. When did this person appear behind him? Chiu Maxian trembled in fear. You are, Chiu Maxian blankly said. My name is Bu Qingchen. Greetings, sect leader Chiu. Bu Qingchen smiled. Bu. After hearing this name, Chiu Maxian suddenly fell into endless fear. Bu Qingchen's name was well known. He was an old monster who had lived for countless years. He was one of the 4 crossing tribulation stage cultivators of the Dream Demon Path. When he was still a Qi refining stage cultivator, the other party was already a crossing tribulation stage cultivator. The hands of many righteous cultivators were stained with the blood of many righteous cultivators. Even Tiandao's sect had a form synthesis stage cultivator who died in the hands of Bu Qingchen. After so many years, Tiandao's sect could not even seek revenge. This was enough to prove how powerful the other party was. With a plop, Chiu Maxian knelt in front of Bu Qingchen and kowtowed while begging for mercy. Senior Bu, please don't kill me. Please don't kill me. Don't be afraid. Since you care so much about the face of my dream demon path, it means that we are on the same side. Why would I kill you? From today onwards, your vitality sect will join my dream demon path. Bu Qingchen smiled. Chiu Maxian was stunned, but he immediately responded. Thank you for taking me in, Senior Bu. From today onwards, the vitality sect will join the dream demon path. The corner of Bu Qingchen's mouth curled up. Now, can you tell me what the person from Luli Villa looks like? Who is he, and how he killed the black demon ancestor of my dream demon path? What does he look like? Chiu Maxian was stunned. He tried his best to recall, but he realized that he could not remember Ning Qi's appearance at all. This was because he only dared to glance at Ning Qi from the corner of his eyes. Oh, it's fine if you don't remember what he looks like. What's his background? Bu Qingchen smiled. Chiu Maxian suddenly realized that Bu Qingchen was easy to talk to. He heaved a sigh of relief and said in a low voice, Senior Bu, when I was at Luli Villa, I deliberately asked Luli about this person's background. However, Luli was very tight-lipped and did not tell me any useful information. Chapter 22:15. Bu Qingchen's smile remained on his face as he listened to Chiu Maxian's explanation. However, there was a hint of seriousness in his eyes. Based on Chiu Maxian's description, he could tell that Ning Qi's cultivation was at least at the crossing calamity stage, just like his. Otherwise, it would be impossible for him to kill the Black Demon Patriarch so easily. Not even his nascent soul could escape from the Black Demon Patriarch, who was at the early stage of form synthesis. Let's go. Bu Qingchen smiled. Go? To where? Chiu Maxian was startled. Luli Villa. Chiu Maxian's face turned pale. When immortals fight, mortals suffer. That person from Luli Villa was so powerful. If he brought Bu Qingchen there, it would prove his identity as a member of the Dream Demon Path. If he wanted to act in the future, he would have to do it secretly, and the Vitality sect would have to disband. Ning Qi stayed in the top-grade cultivation field for more than 30 years, and finally reached the 2nd level of the Exploding Heart Sutra. If he used the Exploding Heart Sutra again, his divine sense would be strengthened dozens of times, and so on. The 3rd level of the Exploding Heart Sutra would increase his divine sense by hundreds of times. Ning Qi had tested it before. He had used his soul consciousness, which had been strengthened dozens of times, to search in the void. He had found the traces of the star teleportation. However, the other was moving too fast. Ning Qi's soul consciousness wasn't strong enough. He had almost caught it. Only when he had broken through to the third level of the exploding heart technique could his soul consciousness be strengthened several hundred times. Only after he reached the third level of the exploding heart sutra could he catch the real star teleportation. It takes dozens of years to reach the second level and hundreds of years to reach the third level of the exploding heart sutra. Ning Qi thought about it and left the top-grade cultivation field. With a sweep of his divine sense, he found that Qi Yi was cultivating in his room. Ouyang Kadi, Lu Li, and the others were also in closed-door training. Only those Qi refining stage cultivators were busy going in and out of Lu Li Villa. A cultivator family certainly needed a lot of cultivation resources, and Lu Li Villa was no exception. This valuable mine was basically handed over to the foundation establishment stage and Qi refinement stage cultivators, while the golden core stage cultivators and above focused on cultivating. A crossing tribulation stage cultivator? Ning Qi's lips curled up. Senior Bu, it's here. When Qiu Maxian was still a few kilometers away from Lu Li Villa, she stopped and said with some fear. Bu Qingchen was followed by a few body integration cultivators. Just like the black malevolent demon, they were one of the 72 demons of the Dream Demon Tao. Any one of them could strike fear into the hearts of the righteous cultivators of the endless heaven star. But the three of them were standing behind Bu Qingchen with respectful expressions on their faces. His status in the Dream Demon path was extraordinary and noble. What, are you afraid? Bu Qingchen chuckled. A figure behind him stepped forward and picked up Qiu Maxian before walking toward the Lu Li Villa. Bu Qingchen chuckled and followed along with two other body integration stage cultivators. No, don't, Senior Bu. Lu Li Villa is just ahead. My cultivation is only at the nascent soul stage. I won't be able to help you even if I reach Lu Li Villa, Qiu Maxian begged bitterly. Bu Qingchen ignored Qiu Maxian's plea with a faint smile on his face. Soon, they arrived at the main entrance of Lu Li Villa. They stopped in their tracks when they saw that the main entrance of Lu Li Villa was wide open. A golden core stage female cultivator was chatting with a young male cultivator at the entrance. Hey, it's Qiu Maxian. Senior Bei Xian, this is the old man who leaked the news that you killed the black malevolent demon. Duo Air sensed that someone was approaching Lu Li Villa. She looked up and saw Qiu Maxian at first glance. A hint of anger flashed in her eyes. Ning Qi smiled and glanced at Qiu Maxian. Then his eyes fell on Bu Qingchen. Senior Bei Xian, is he the one who killed the black malevolent demon? Bu Qingchen's eyes fell on Ning Qi. In the next moment, his expression gradually became strange. Senior Bu, it's him. Although Qiu Maxian didn't remember Ning Qi's appearance, she could tell from his current expression that Ning Qi was the existence that had killed the black fiend demon that day. They are. Duo Air withdrew her gaze from Qiu Maxian and glanced at Bu Qingchen and the others curiously. She was only a golden core stage cultivator, so she naturally could not tell the strength of Bu Qingchen and the others. However, her sixth sense told her that these people's cultivation levels were very high and they were not to be trifled with. Therefore, Duo Air also noticed Qiu Maxian. Immortal's current strange state was that he did not walk over, but was carried by one of the people. I am Bu Qingchen from the Dream Demon Path. Greetings, Senior. Bu Qingchen suddenly cupped his hands and said. The three cultivators at the form synthesis stage beside him were surprised when they heard this. They looked at Bu Qingchen in disbelief. Bu Qingchen was a cultivator at the crossing calamity stage. If even he addressed this person as Senior, wouldn't this person be at the great vehicle stage? Senior? Qiu Maxian's heart skipped a beat and a look of shock appeared on his face. He had thought that Ning Qi was at most a tribulation, transcendent stage cultivator. He didn't expect that Bu Qingchen would address him as a senior in such a short time. He had brought Bu Qingchen to the Lu Li Villa today. Would Bu Qingchen bear a grudge against him? The Dream Demon Path? Senior Bei Xian. Duo Air was slightly taken aback. She looked at Ning Qi and hated Qiu Maxian to the extreme. Not only did this guy leak the news that Senior Bei Xian had killed the black malevolent demon, but he had also personally brought the cultivators of the Dream Demon Path to seek revenge. Had this guy completely surrendered to the Dream Demon Path? Oh, you recognize me? Ning Qi smiled at Duo Air, signaling her to calm down. Then he looked at Bu Qingqin and smiled. I do recognize you, Senior. Bu Qingqin smiled bitterly in his heart and cupped his hands. How could he not recognize Ning Qi? That day, Sage Hidden Dream had suddenly walked out of the cave in a rage. He had given everyone a portrait and asked them to look for him. Now that Ning Qi looked exactly like the portrait, it was very likely that he was the person Sage Hidden Dream was looking for. That guy. Since Sage Hidden Dream was so furious, Bu Qingqin did not need to think to know that he was a great vehicle stage cultivator. Elder Qingqin, who is this guy? The three-form synthesis stage cultivators subconsciously looked at Bu Qingqin with inquiring eyes. They were not at the Dream Demon Path that day and did not receive any portrait of Ning Qi. Naturally, they could not recognize Ning Qi. Don't talk too much. This guy's cultivation is not to be underestimated. He might be a great vehicle stage cultivator. It is unknown whether he can leave this place alive. Bu Qingqin transmitted his voice to them. When the three of them heard Bu Qingqin's words, they were shocked. When they looked at Ning Qi again, there was a huge change in their eyes. There was a hint of fear and wariness in their eyes. Since you recognize me, why don't you leave? Why don't you stay here and wait for me to treat you to a meal? Ning Qi smiled. Chapter 22:16. Wait. Ning Qi's voice suddenly sounded. Bu Qingqin stopped, turned around, and said to Ning Qi with an embarrassed smile, What can I do for you, Senior? Leave him here. Ning Qi pointed at Qiu Maxian. Qiu Maxian's face was filled with extreme fear. She seemed to have sensed something and quickly shouted at Bu Qingqin, Senior Bu, I've already joined the Dream Demon Path. I'm a cultivator of the demonic path. Please don't keep me here. What are you waiting for? Bu Qingqin shouted coldly at the body integration cultivator who was holding onto Qiu Maxian. Only then did that cultivator react and release his grip. Senior, we will take our leave first. Bu Qingqin cupped his fists at Ning Qi and left Azure Dragon City with the three-form synthesis cultivators in a panic. Miss Duo Air, Senior, this must be a misunderstanding. Qiu Maxian looked at Ning Qi and Duo Air with a sad face. How is it a misunderstanding? You just said that you've joined the Dream Demon Path. Duo Air said furiously, I'm just trying to compromise. Bu Qingqin is one of the 4 great demon sovereigns of the Dream Devil Path. He's a cultivator at the crossing tribulation stage. If I didn't feign civility, I would already be dead. Qiu Maxian said with a wronged expression. So what if he's at the tribulation stage? Not a devil? Tribulation, transcendence. Wait a minute. Duo Air snapped out of her daze and stared at Qiu Maxian. You said he was a tribulation-passing cultivator? Bu Qingqin. I remember now. She looked at Ning Qi in shock. Senior Bei Xian, Bu Qingqin is one of the 4 tribulation cultivators in the Dream Demon Path. He has lived for tens of thousands of years. How could he? Why would you be afraid of me? Ning Qi laughed. Duo Air nodded. Because he's seen me. Ning Qi smiled. He thought about how that eyeball must have remembered his appearance. As the Dream Demon Path's vice sect master, it wouldn't be strange for his subordinates to have seen his appearance. Senior Bei Xian, are you more powerful than a tribulation cultivator? Duo Air's eyes were sparkling like stars, and her face was filled with admiration. Are you still going to kill this guy? Ning Qi laughed. That's right, we have to kill this old thief first, lest he spread the news of today's matter. Ning Qi successfully changed the topic. Duo Air stared at Chiu Maxian. Chiu Maxian was already terrified. Seeing that Ning Qi really had the intention to kill her, she knelt on the ground and kowtowed for mercy. Senior Beixian, please do it. He's a nascent soul cultivator. Duo Air can't kill him. Duo Air said, "Where's your flying sword?" Ning Qi laughed. Duo Air was taken aback. Then the flying sword flew out of her body and floated in front of her. Senior Beixian, the flying sword is here. Do you want me to use it to kill this old man? Ning Qi's lips moved slightly. Duo Air was startled at first. Then she suspiciously looked at Ning Qi and closed her eyes. The next moment, Chiu Maxian was horrified to find that the flying sword in front of Duo Air was violently trembling. Strands of extremely dense spiritual energy were sweeping towards him from the flying sword. No! Before Chiu Maxian could beg for mercy again, the flying sword in front of Duo Air suddenly turned into a beam of light and pierced through Chiu Maxian's heart, killing him along with his nascent soul. You really succeeded, Senior Beixian. Don't tell me the sword-controlling chant you taught me is an immortal technique? A nascent soul cultivator died in my hands just like that? Duo Air stared dumbfoundedly at the scene. At this time, the movement outside finally caught the attention of Lu Li and the others. They all broke through the air and came over. This is... Lu Li looked at Chiu Maxian's body with a trace of surprise in her eyes. She subconsciously looked at Ning Qi. Master, I killed him. Duo Air happily took the credit. It's you. Lu Li felt a bit incredulous. Duo Air was just an early Jindan stage cultivator. How could she kill a nascent soul cultivator? Moreover, Chiu Maxian's cultivation was deeper than hers. Even she couldn't kill Chiu Maxian. So how could Duo Air kill him? Thinking of this, Lu Li looked at Ning Qi and said with a smile, Senior Beixian, please excuse me. Excuse me? Master, it was really Duo Air who killed him. Duo Air explained. Lu Li sighed and shook her head. She gave Duo Air a reproachful look. Seeing this, Duo Air immediately shut up. She felt a bit wronged. Why didn't Master believe her? Ning Qi smiled and patted Duo Air's shoulder. He nodded at Lu Li and returned to his room. Elder Qingqian, who is that? Is there such a person in the infinite heaven star? Even you. About 1,000 miles away from Azure Dragon City, the three-form synthesis cultivators behind Bu Qingqian finally could not help but ask. You guys weren't in the path of Dream Demon recently, so of course you don't know who he is. Look. Bu Qingqian waved his hand and a portrait appeared in front of them. The portrait was of the young cultivator they met at Lu Li Villa. It's him? Elder Qingqian, it's because of this portrait that you... The three of them looked at each other in shock. Then they looked at Bu Qingqian. There was something that they were too embarrassed to say. They felt that Bu Qingqian would lose face if he was so afraid of that guy, just because of a portrait. Hee. Do you think I'm afraid of him because of this portrait? Bu Qingqian's lips curled up and he looked at the three of them mockingly. The three of them nodded in agreement in their hearts. Do you know who drew this portrait? Bu Qingqian asked calmly. Who? A hint of curiosity flashed in the eyes of the three. Vice Sect Leader Hidden Dream. Bu Qingqian sneered. A few days ago, Vice Sect Leader Hidden Dream suddenly flew into a rage. He came out of seclusion and gave us a portrait. He asked us to find the person in the portrait and inform him as soon as we found him. Tell me, the person Sage Hidden Dream wants to kill is not someone we can deal with. Is he really that powerful? Gasp! The three of them gasped and took a deep look at the portrait. Their expressions changed drastically. Let's go back to the path of Dream Demon. The next time we come here, it will be with the Vice Sect Leader. Bu Qingqian chuckled and glanced in the direction of the Azure Dragon City. He then led the three of them in the direction of the Dream Demon path. Immortal Crane Sect. For the past few days, Wang He was in a bad mood and could not enter a meditative state. Finally, he made a decision. No one can just take away my 9 sunstone mine without paying any price. Chapter 22:17. Who are you? A few golden core stage cultivators flew across the sky and suddenly noticed Wang He's figure. They surrounded Wang He and said coldly, "You're right. I am a mortal crane sect leader, Wang He. I have news of the demonic sections. Please lead the way." Wang He said calmly, "News of the demonic sects." The few of them looked at each other and nodded. One of them said, "Follow me. I will bring you to see Elder Zhao. He is one of the spirit severing stage elders of our Tiandao sect, who are in charge of hunting down those demonic bastards." Spirit severing stage elder? Wang He was taken aback and felt a little uneasy. He only needed a nascent soul stage cultivator to deal with this matter. Would a spirit severing stage cultivator make things too serious? "Why, what are you afraid of?" "Nothing. It's just that I have never seen a spirit severing stage senior before, so I am a little nervous." Wang He hurriedly laughed. At this moment, he suddenly lost the pride that a golden core late stage cultivator should have in front of these golden core primary stage cultivators. Along the way, he seemed to be trying to please them. A hint of mockery flashed across their eyes. Although the other party's cultivation was higher than theirs, he had never even seen a spirit severing stage cultivator before. He was like a frog at the bottom of a well. In Tiandao sect, not to mention spirit severing stage cultivators, they could even see body integration stage cultivators and tribulation stage cultivators at least once a year. It was not uncommon for some lucky golden core stage cultivators to receive verbal guidance from tribulation stage cultivators. This was the difference between Tiandao sect disciples and cultivators from the outside world. In front of a large hall in Tiandao sect, other than Wang He, there were dozens of cultivators queuing up. One by one, they entered the hall and left the hall. When they left, their expressions were mixed with joy and worry. Wang He was the last one in line. When it was his turn, the sky was already turning dark. "Speak, what's the matter?" Elder Zhao sat behind a desk, and in front of him were more than a dozen incomplete jade slips. These jade slips contained clues and the whereabouts of Mo Zizi. Of course, some were real and some were fake. Elder Zhao's duty was to distinguish the real from the fake, and finally lead the cultivators to follow the clues and kill him. Only the Tiandao sect would do something like that on Boundless Star. Even though the rest of the righteous sects claimed that they could not coexist with the evil sects, they might not take the initiative to pick a fight with the evil sections. They were also afraid of provoking the evil sects and causing their sects to be ambushed, which would not be worth it. "Elder Zhao, I am a mortal crane, sex Wang He." Wang He secretly sized up Elder Zhao. He could feel that the other party's aura was as deep as the sea, as though he could kill 10,000 existences like him with just a flick of his little finger. Wang He immediately revealed a respectful expression and told Elder Zhao everything that had happened. Of course, he naturally had to add some extra details. He added oil and vinegar, such as how Ning Qi had tyrannically gone to the 9 sunstone mine, killed his sect's early golden core elder, and stole all of the 9 sunstone mine. He described Ning Qi as a cultivator from the demonic Dao 9 sunstone mine. "I remember now. Some time ago, there was a sect that transported a large amount of 9 sunstone mine to our Tiandao sect. Could it be you?" Elder Zhao's gaze shifted away from the jade scrolls and landed on Wang He. Wang He was slightly delighted and hurriedly nodded his head. "Yes, it was me. If not for that, he would not have chosen to come to Tiandao sect to complain." In his heart, he was secretly delighted that he had made a wise decision. "I have a disciple who was refining a Dharma treasure some time ago. It was all thanks to this batch of 9 sunstone mine that he was able to successfully refine his Dharma treasure. Speaking of which, I actually owe you a favor," Elder Zhao said with a smile that did not seem like a smile. I wouldn't dare. Wang He hurriedly waved his hands. There is nothing to be afraid of. Your celestial crane sect discovered the 9 Sunstone Mine and didn't forget about my Tiandao sect, so you must be a righteous sect. Tell me, who stole your 9 Sunstone Mine? I will personally make a trip. If it is a demon, I will kill him. If not, on account of the 9 Sunstone Mine. If not, on account of the 9 Sunstones. This old man will help you get your 9 Sunstone Mine back. Elder Zhao kept the jade scrolls on the table and stood up with a faint smile. Wang He looked at Elder Zhao in surprise. He had already thought of an excuse to deal with Tiandao sect when they found out that the person was not a demon brat. But from the looks of it, there was no need for that anymore. Tiger Head Mountain. Zhao Village. Senior Zhao, the clues end here. Wang He pointed at Zhao Village and said softly, "Didn't you notice that there's an array here?" Elder Zhao swept his gaze across and smiled. Array? Wang He was stunned. Yes, if you didn't make a move, the array wouldn't have appeared. It's normal for you to not notice it given your cultivation. Look. Elder Zhao smiled and waved his hand lightly. Suddenly, an ordinary-looking stone tablet at the entrance of Zhao Village shot out a beam of light. This place is under the protection of Azure Dragon Cities, Lu Li Villa. No matter who you are, please do not touch these villagers. Otherwise, Duo Air will not let you off. As the beam of light rose, a female voice could be heard. Azure Dragon Cities, Lu Li Villa? Let's go. Looks like your 9 Sunstone Mine wasn't snatched away by that demon brat, Elder Zhao said with a faint smile. Wang He laughed and lowered his head. He knew that with Elder Zhao's cultivation and intelligence, he might have already seen through his little scheme. However, the other party did not say it out loud and was willing to help him get back the 9 Sunstone Mine. Wang He was not stupid. He was afraid that once he got back the 9 Sunstone Mine, the true owner would be this Elder Zhao. But Wang He was willing. If a mere 9 Sunstone Mine could be exchanged for a soul-forming cultivator to rely on, then what? How could he reject a soul-forming cultivator from Tiandao sect? It was better than being snatched away. Azure Dragon City. Lu Li Villa. This should be the place. Elder Zhao glanced at the board. Wang He was a little excited. If that guy knew that he had brought a soul-forming cultivator for revenge, he would definitely be shocked, right? Thinking of this, Wang He could not help but smile. Who are you? A few female cultivators from Lu Li Villa walked out. When they saw Elder Zhao and Wang He, their expressions turned serious and a hint of fear appeared in their eyes. Lu Li had instructed them to be careful during this period of time, in case the people from the Dream Demon sect came for revenge. I'm looking for Lady Duo Air. Is she here? Elder Zhao smiled. Grandmaster Duo Air. The few Qi training stage female cultivators were slightly taken aback. Grandmaster? Looks like she has quite a high status. Elder Zhao smiled and did not think much of it. For a Qi training stage cultivator to call a grandmaster, it could only mean that the other party was a golden core or nascent soul cultivator. It was definitely not a soul-forming cultivator. Wait here, I'll go get Grandmaster Duo Air. Chapter 2218. A cultivator from the Tao of Dream Demon. Are you here for revenge? I think they will still die in Senior Beishuan's hands. Our Lu Li Villa is different from the past. Not just any Tom, Dick, or Harry can come and make trouble. Didn't the Imperial Beast Valley and the Black Fiend Demon all die here? More and more female cultivators surrounded them. In the eyes of Elder Zhao and Wang He, their cultivation levels were very ordinary. They were only at the Qi training stage, and the strongest was at the Foundation establishment stage. Not long after, golden core female cultivators appeared, and there were quite a few of them. This made Wang He heave a sigh of relief. His immortal crane sect was much stronger. Looking at the situation, the person who stole his 9 Sunstone Mine should be a nascent soul cultivator. Thinking up to here, Wang He glanced at Elder Zhao. He didn't notice that Elder Zhao's expression was a little off. He was secretly glad that he had made a trip to Tiandao sect. With a soul formation cultivator as his backing, and a soul formation cultivator at that, the owner of this place would definitely be respectful to Elder Zhao. The 9 Suns stone mine should be returned to them, right? If it was possible, Wang He intended to ask for some compensation. Imperial Beast Valley? The Valley Master seemed to be a late-stage, nascent soul cultivator. According to the files, the Beast Valley was somewhat related to the Dream Demon Dao, but there was no concrete evidence. They needed to observe for a period of time before they could suppress them. Did they all die here? Black Fiend Demon Head, one of the 72 demons of the Dream Demon Dao. An early-stage body integration, stage even. I am no match for this cultivator. How could he possibly die here? Are these girls babbling nonsense? Elder Zhao narrowed his eyes, revealing a strange look. He had originally planned on rushing in to find the owner of this place and get the 9 Yang stone mine back for Wang He. But after hearing the whispers of these female cultivators, he decided to wait and see. Grandmaster Duo! They're the ones looking for you. Soon, the female cultivator who went to look for Duo Air came back with Duo Air and pointed at Elder Zhao and Wang He. You are. Duo Air's eyes revealed a look of confusion. This person did not look like a cultivator from the Dream Demon Dao. I am Immortal Crane sect leader Wang He. May I ask if the 9 Sun stone mine has been snatched away by you? A hint of anger flashed across Wang He's eyes. Immortal Crane, sex Wang He? You shameless bastard. How dare you come here? Duo Air was furious. Wang He was taken aback. It seemed like he was the victim here. Elder Zhao looked at Duo Air's expression, then at Wang He. A cold glint flashed in his eyes. He had already guessed Wang He's motive, but there was more information hidden in Duo Air's words. It seemed like Wang He had offended them first. Don't accuse us first. My Immortal Crane sect has never offended you, yet you snatched away our 9 Sun stone mine. This is something that only fiendish cultivators would do. Wang He bellowed. You captured all the men of my Zhao family village and brought them to the 9 Sun stone mine to be slaves. If it's a light punishment, I'll curse them. If it's a heavy punishment, I'll torture them to death. You still dare to say that you haven't offended me? Senior Beixian taking your 9 Sun stone mine was already a small punishment. I didn't expect you to bring people here today to seek revenge. It looks like you'll only be satisfied after I kill you. Heart. Duo Air said coldly. It's not a cultivator from the Dream Demon Dao, but he is the enemy of Senior Master Duo Air. The eyes of the female cultivators from Luli Villa turned cold as they looked at Elder Zhao and Wang He as if they were dead men. Is that true? Elder Zhao said calmly. Wang He was taken aback and said awkwardly, Elder Zhao, I've left these matters to my subordinates. I don't know what kind of violent methods they used, but my Immortal Crane sect is definitely not as violent as this girl said. Beating, cursing, killing, it's all nonsense. Young lady, I think this is a misunderstanding. In the records of Tiandao sect, Immortal Crane sect is a righteous sect. Wang He's character is also guaranteed. Why don't you let me be the peacemaker and resolve the misunderstanding between you two? What do you think, young lady? Elder Zhao said with a smile. Tiandao sect? The expressions of the female cultivators changed. Duo Air even looked at Elder Zhao with a stutter. As senior, are you a cultivator from Tiandao sect? To Luli Villa, compared to the Dream Demon Dao, Tiandao sect had left a deeper impression on them. After all, there were only emperors among the mortals on Infinite Heaven Planet. But there was no such division in the cultivation world. If there was anyone who was the emperor, it would be Tiandao sect. Therefore, when Duo Air saw Elder Zhao, it was like an ordinary mortal suddenly seeing an important person in the palace. She could not adjust her state of mind. Seeing that Duo Air behaved like an ordinary cultivator, Elder Zhao smiled and stroked his beard. That's right. I'm Zhao Zhitian, the Deacon Elder of the Demon Catcher Hall. Demon Catcher Hall. Deacon Elder. These two titles were extremely well known to the female cultivators of Lu Li Villa. Every cultivator knew that there was a Demon Catcher Hall in Tiandao sect. The cultivators there specialized in fighting against evil cultivators. Countless demonic cultivators had died in the hands of the Demon Catcher Hall cultivators, including Black Fiend, who were at the form synthesis stage. There were 3 ranks in the Demon Catcher Hall. The lowest rank was the Deacon Elder. Although this rank was the lowest in the Demon Catcher Hall, only soul formation stage cultivators, especially those who were good at fighting, could become an elder. Above that was the golden-robed elder, which could only be held by a form synthesis stage cultivator. Above that was the Demon Catcher Hall's Hall Master and Deputy Hall Master, who were all in the tribulation stage, legendary stage. Someone like that. Seeing the shocked expressions of Duo Air and the others, Wang he could not help but smile with a hint of pride in his eyes. Elder Zhao, we don't have any demonic cultivators here. Duo Air said blankly. I'm not here for the demonic cultivators today. My main purpose is to resolve the feud between you all and get back the 9 Sunstone Mine for sect leader Wang. Young lady, are you in charge of this? May I know who's in charge here? Zhao Zhitian smiled. It's my master, Fairy Luli, Duo Air said. Oh, isn't that Senior Beixian? Zhao Zhitian frowned slightly. He had just overheard those female cultivators addressing each other as such when they were discussing in private. You're talking about Senior Beixian. The 9 Sunstone Mine was indeed taken by Senior Beixian. Since you're the Deacon Elder of Tiandao Sect's Demon Catcher Hall, I'll reluctantly invite Senior Beixian out. Duo Air said reluctantly. Reluctantly? Zhao Zhitian smiled. Thank you, Miss Duo Air. Wang he pouted and said softly, how arrogant. Shut up. When Senior Beixian comes out, you'll know how powerful he is. Duo Air sneered and turned to leave before Wang he could retort. Wang he stared at her back in exasperation before turning to Zhao Zhitian. Elder Zhao, she's too arrogant. I think she's a demonic cultivator. Chapter 2219. I can tell if he's a demonic cultivator or not. Zhao Zhitian glanced at Wang he indifferently. Wang he's heart skipped a beat. He noticed that Zhao Zhitian's attitude seemed to have changed slightly. He did not dare to say anything else and waited quietly with Zhao Zhitian under the watchful eyes of the female cultivators of Lu Li Villa. Senior Beixian. Duo Air came to the door of Ning Qi's room and shouted. She stuck her head out to see if Ning Qi was in the room. At this time, the door next door opened, and Qi came out. After seeing Duo Air, Qi quickly saluted. In this Lu Li Villa, besides Ning Qi, he was the closest to Duo Air. Good. Your aura. Duo Air suddenly noticed that Qi's aura was different from ordinary people. It seemed that he had entered the Qi refinement stage. However, she could not sense any spiritual Qi in Qi's body. Qi smiled shyly. Sister Duo Air, I feel that my strength has increased recently and my appetite has also increased. I ate enough for 12 people. Will it affect Lu Li Villa? It's just food. Why would it affect Lu Li Villa? Even if you ate enough for 1,000 people, it would not be a problem. It's just that you seem to be cultivating the body tempering technique? Duo Air asked curiously. Body tempering technique? I'm not sure myself. Qi smiled shyly. On Boundless Heaven Star, the body tempering technique was a low-class technique. Even if one reached the nascent soul stage, one would not be able to form a nascent soul. Without a nascent soul, one would not be able to pass the heavenly tribulation and become an immortal. Only ordinary people who had no connections would cultivate the body tempering technique. To them, it was easier to obtain. Duo Air was confused. With Ning Qi's means, he should have taught Qi Yi more than just the body tempering technique. Perhaps Senior Bei Xian has his own plans. Duo Air thought to herself. She then smiled at Qi Yi and asked, "Is Senior Bei Xian in the room?" "He should be," Qi Yi said uncertainly. As soon as he finished speaking, the door opened slowly. "What do you two want?" Ning Qi laughed. The third level of the exploding heart technique was extremely difficult to cultivate. It was different from the first two levels. Ning Qi had initially estimated that it would take him hundreds of years to cultivate the third level of the exploding heart technique. However, after he had started cultivating it, he realized that the difficulty of the third level was much higher than the first two levels. Not to mention hundreds of years. Even if he had thousands of years, he might not be able to successfully cultivate it. Thinking about the effect of the third level of the exploding heart technique, Ning Qi suddenly understood. Although the price of the third level of the exploding heart technique was huge, it could instantly increase the intensity of his soul thoughts by hundreds of times. It was more useful than some rank 4 or 5 supernatural powers. Often, Senior Bei Xian, there is a deacon elder from the Heavenly Dao Sect's demon capturing hall outside. He brought Immortal Crane Sect's sect Master Wang, he to us for the 9 Sun Stone Mine. Duo Air said, "Immortal Crane Sect." A cold light flashed across Qi Ye's eyes. He already knew how his father died in the 9 Sun Stone Mine. If it wasn't for Immortal Crane Sect forcefully grabbing him, his father would still be alive. After all, as a famous hunter in the village, he had a strong body. It wouldn't be a problem for him to live to 120 years old. If his father didn't die, his mother wouldn't be like this either. Therefore, Immortal Crane Sect was Qi Ye's enemy, the kind of enemy that couldn't tolerate each other. "Oh, let's go and take a look." Ning Qi smiled. Not long after, the three of them arrived at the front yard of Lu Li Villa. Zhao Zhitian's gaze lingered on Duo Air and Qi Yi for a breath of time before finally landing on Ning Qi. He noticed that after Ning Qi arrived, the surrounding female cultivators looked at him with great respect. "He's the one who snatched my 9 Sun Stone Mine." Wang he stared at Ning Qi, his eyes emitting a trace of killing intent. Master, Martial Uncle Ouyang, Fairy Luli, and Ouyang Kadi appeared almost one after the other. The surrounding female cultivators bowed. "These two are demons from the Dream Demon Dao." Ouyang Kadi saw that Ning Qi was present and immediately calmed down. He looked at Zhao Zhitian and Lu Li mockingly. Fairy Lu Li frowned. When the disciples came to look for her, they had already told her about Zhao Zhitian's identity. Tiandao sect was different from the Dream Demon Dao. Compared to the Dream Demon Dao, Tiandao sect gave more pressure to the righteous cultivators. There might be a chance of survival if they became enemies with the Dream Demon Dao. But if they became enemies with Tiandao sect, Luli Villa would no longer have a place to hide. Dream Demon Dao? Cultivators from the Dream Demon Dao really came here before? Zhao Zhitian's expression gradually turned solemn. He thought of the black fiend demon that the female cultivators mentioned. That was one of the 72 demons of the Dream Demon Dao, an early Unity stage cultivator. If he really came to Luli Villa, all the cultivators here should be dead by now. Zhao Zhitian had followed a few golden-robed elders of the Demon Catcher Hall on a mission. He had seen it with his own eyes when the golden-robed elders of the Demon Catcher Hall carried out a mission. The Black Fiend was extremely ruthless and left almost no survivors. At that time, the golden-robed elders joined forces, but still failed to capture the Black Fiend. Elder Zhao, Senior Bei Xian, has arrived. If you want the 9 Sun Stone Mine, just tell Senior Bei Xian. Duo Air smiled faintly. Sir, my Immortal Crane sect has never offended you. Why did you steal all of my 9 Sun Stone Mine? If you don't give me an explanation today, then... Wang he saw that Zhao Zhitian had no intention to speak, so he spoke to Ning Qi first. But before he could finish, he was interrupted by Ning Qi. Who are you? Ning Qi smiled. Me. I am the sect master of Immortal Crane's sect, Wang He. Wang He was stunned for a moment, and his eyes revealed a trace of anger. Oh, you have no right to speak here. Please shut up, all right? Ning Qi smiled. Wang He was stunned and immediately flew into a rage. Thief! You stole my 9 sunstone mine, and now you want me to shut up. You've gone too far. He looked at Zhao Zhitian. Elder Zhao, this person must be a demonic cultivator. He must be. Zhao Zhitian glanced at Wang He coldly before looking at Ning Qi with a smile. How should I address you? Ning Beixian. Ning Qi smiled. So it's Brother Ning. Here's what happened today. Sect Master Wang He might have some misunderstanding with you. Why don't you allow me to resolve the misunderstanding between the two of you? Zhao Zhitian smiled. Misunderstanding? There's no such thing. This person kidnapped more than 100,000 mortals to mine the 9 Sun stone mine for him. He did not care about the lives of those mortals. His actions are no different from those of a demonic cultivator. I took away the 9 Sun stone mine in hopes that he would repent. But I never expected. Ning Qi chuckled as he looked at Wang He with a hint of mockery in his eyes. Sect Master Wang He has already explained to me. This was all done by his subordinates. Sect Master Wang He has always been in seclusion and did not know about this. Although he is in the wrong, it is not to the extent of losing a 9 sunstone mine. To the Immortal Crane sect, this 9 sunstone mine is their foundation. Chapter 2220. Your face. Ning Qi chuckled. Is it very big? Zhao Zhitian was slightly taken aback. Wang He's eyes were filled with ecstasy. The other party did not know his place and dared to speak to the demon catcher, Hall's managing elder, in such a manner. He was asking for trouble. How dare you? Don't you know that Elder Zhao is the managing elder of Tiandao Sect's demon catcher hall? Countless evil cultivators have died in his hands. Why don't you show some respect? Wang, he berated Ning Qi. Pa! Wang He felt as though he had been slapped by an invisible palm. His entire body was sent flying 360 degrees before landing heavily on the ground. Wang He grunted as he spat out a mouthful of blood with a pained expression. The blood was mixed with a mouthful of broken teeth. Not only that, he realized that the spiritual energy in his body was disappearing at an alarming rate. There was a hole in his dantian, and the spiritual energy was escaping through this hole. Soon, Wang He's aura dropped from late golden core stage to mid golden core stage, then early golden core stage, foundation establishment stage, qi refinement stage. Wang He's appearance was also rapidly aging. In the end, Wang He looked like an old man in his 80s or 90s. His face was filled with wrinkles, and his aura was no different from an ordinary person. He was no different from a human. You crippled my cultivation? Wang He looked at Ning Qi in disbelief and let out a hoarse voice. Only then did Zhao Zhitian react. He lowered his head and looked at Wang He with a grim expression. The other party was able to cripple Wang He right in front of him without him noticing anything. This meant that the other party's cultivation was at least above his, and there was a high possibility that the other party was a body integration cultivator. Senior Beixian asked you to shut up. This is the outcome if you don't. You still want the 9 Sun stone mine? Wouldn't it be better to just obediently be the sect leader of your lousy crane immortal sect? Duo Air looked at Wang He mockingly. The female cultivators of Li Mountain let out a chuckle. They looked at Wang He with gloating eyes, especially the qi refinement female cultivators. Seeing a late golden core cultivator become weaker than them gave them a strange sense of satisfaction. Brother Ning, sect leader Wang, he is an orthodox cultivator. I don't think it's a good idea to cripple him just like that, right? Zhao Zhitian said lightly. Even though he suspected that Ning Qi was a body integration cultivator, Zhao Zhitian was from the Tiandao sect and was a deacon elder of the Demon Hunter Hall. He could even see tribulation transcendence cultivators frequently, so he didn't think much of Ningqi. Moreover, Ningqi had publicly humiliated him in front of so many female cultivators and crippled his belt. The one who came was Wang He. Zhao Zhitian's words had a hint of coldness in them. If you say he's a righteous cultivator, then he's a righteous cultivator? I said, he's a crooked devil. Ningqi smiled. Elder Zhao, did you see that? He's a demonic cultivator. Hurry up and get the Heavenly Path sect to send people over to wipe out this demonic cultivator's lair. Wang He glared at Ningqi with a venomous look. If I say he's a righteous cultivator, then he is a righteous cultivator. Ignoring Wang He, Zhao Zhitian looked at Ningqi calmly and said seriously, Why? Ningqi smiled. Because I'm the deacon elder of the Demon Hunter Hall of the Tiandao sect. On the boundless heaven star, the righteous and demonic cultivators are divided by the Tiandao sect. I won't talk about whether you're a demonic cultivator for what you've done today. I'll talk to you when the golden-robed elder of the Demon Hunter Hall arrives. Zhao Zhitian said calmly and crushed a jade scroll. A golden ray shot out from the scroll and disappeared into the sky. Seeing this, Goddess Lu Li and the rest turned serious. Senior Bei Xian was going to go against the Tiandao sect, and the Lu Li villa would be caught in the middle of it. Whose side should I stand on? Goddess Lu Li hesitated. If she was alone, she would definitely choose Ningqi's side without hesitation. However, there were hundreds of female cultivators in the Lu Li villa. If she made the slightest mistake, she might put them in harm's way. Offending the Dream Demon sect would only result in death, but offending the Tiandao sect, she would rather die than live. Demon, your time is here. Your time is here. A crazed look appeared on Wang He's face as he screamed at Ningqi. Now that his cultivation was crippled, he had nothing to fear even if he died. However, he wanted to see Ningqi suppressed by the Tiandao sect with his own eyes. Only then would he be willing to die, other than endless hatred. Wang He also felt a tinge of regret. If he hadn't been obsessed with the 9 Sunstone Mine and gone to the Tiandao sect, he might still be a golden core late-stage cultivator, cultivating in seclusion in the immortal Crane sect. As for the 9 Sunstone Mine, he would still have a chance to obtain it in the future. It was a pity that it had already happened. There was no use in regretting. Wang He's only wish now was to see Ningqi die. Shut up! Senior Bei Xian, kill him! Duo Air looked at Ningqi. Qi Yi clenched his fists and said to Ningqi, Big Brother Bei Xian, Qi Yi has a favor to ask of you. What is it? Ningqi smiled. Let Qi Yi kill this beast with his own hands. If not for him, Qi Ye's father and mother wouldn't have died so young. Qi Yi gritted his teeth and looked at Wang He. Ha ha ha, an ant-like mortal wants to kill me? Even if my cultivation is crippled, I only need to lift a finger to kill you. Wang He looked at Qi Yi mockingly and laughed maniacally. Let's wait. Ningqi smiled. Qi Yi was slightly taken aback, but he nodded. He was never one to cause trouble. Since Ningqi wanted him to wait, there must be a reason for it. Are you afraid? Are you finally afraid? Wang He looked at Ningqi, and his lips curled up. His eyes were full of mockery. He thought that Ningqi didn't kill him because he was afraid that the Tiandao sect would know that he was a demonic cultivator. He felt a little regretful. If Ningqi killed him now, Zhao Zhitian would definitely stop him, and Ningqi's identity would be confirmed. Senior Bei Xian is waiting for the golden-robed elder of the Tiandao sect? Fairy Lu Li and Ouyang Kadi looked at each other. Both of them had the same thought. Brother Ning, as the saying goes, repent and you will be saved. If you hand over the 9 Suns stone mine today, maybe I can put in a good word for you in front of the golden-robed elder. I don't think you are a demonic cultivator. Zhao Zhitian said calmly. If I don't hand over the 9 Sunstone Mine, are you going to treat me as a demonic cultivator? Ningqi smiled. Whether I am or not, We will know when the golden-robed elder arrives. The golden-robed elder of my demon-capturing hall has sharp eyes. No demonic cultivator can hide from him. Wang He said, coldly. Chapter 22-21. It's Zhao Zhitian's gold medal. A soul-severing stage, cultivator exclaimed. He's asking for help. The rest of the soul-severing stage, cultivators came forward to take a look, and their eyes flashed with surprise. Zhao Zhitian was the same as them, a deacon elder of Tiandao Sect's demon catcher hall. Ordinary evil cultivators would avoid him. But when facing righteous cultivators, as long as they revealed their demon catcher hall background, they would usually ask for help from the nearby Tiandao Sect cultivators. At this moment, he actually used a gold medal to ask for help. This meant that he had encountered a demon that he could not defeat, which was why he asked for help from the nearby Tiandao Sect cultivators. Elder Mingyu, let's hurry over. The group of soul-severing stage cultivators looked at the old man. The old man's golden robe was stained with blood, and a few strands of his white hair were also dyed red. He looked murderous. Let's go. Mingyu snorted and threw the gold medal into the air. The gold medal seemed to have a mind of its own as it flew towards Azure Dragon City with Mingyu and the others. To a cultivator of the body-severing stage, a journey of 10,000 miles was not too far. If they rushed at full speed, they would arrive in half a day. When they arrived at Azure Dragon City, Mingyu first waved his hand to signal the soul-severing stage cultivators behind him to stop. Then his divine will flowed into Azure Dragon City. After a while, he looked at Luli Villa with a slightly strange expression. Including the one at Luli Villa, there were only 3 nascent soul stage cultivators in Azure Dragon City. How could there be a demon that even the deacon elder of Demon Catcher Hall could not deal with? As for Ning Qi's existence, Mingyu did not sense it at all. In his divine will, Ning Qi seemed to have disappeared, which was why Mingyu felt it was strange. A trap. Mingyu pondered for a moment and finally decided to investigate Luli Villa. In his divine will, the few people who confronted Zhao Zhitian were only at the nascent soul stage and the golden core stage. It did not seem like they needed to release a gold medal to ask for help. Elder Mingyu, what's the situation? Is Elder Zhao Zhitian already? He's fine. Let's go and see what's going on. Mingyu said lightly. The group turned into a stream of light and appeared in front of Luli Villa in an instant. Elder Mingyu? When Zhao Zhitian saw Mingyu, a look of surprise appeared on his face. Mingyu was the famous Grim Reaper of the Demon Catcher Hall, a late-stage body integration cultivator. Among the golden-robed elders, he was ranked second. As for the golden-robed elder who was ranked first, he was at the peak of the body integration stage. Because Mingyu's battle prowess was the strongest. Golden robes? It's the Demon Catcher Hall's golden-robed elder. When Wang He saw Mingyu's attire, a look of ecstasy appeared on his face. However, due to the fact that Mingyu was just a mortal whose cultivation had been crippled, Wang He held back and did not say anything. However, when he looked at Ning Qi, there was a hint of gloating and venting his anger. The golden-robed elders of the Tiandao Sect's Demon Catcher Hall were all at the form synthesis stage. He was an outstanding cultivator. Zhitian greets Elder Mingyu. Zhao Zhitian bowed. Seeing Mingyu and the others suddenly appear, the female cultivators of Luli Villa looked solemn, but they were not very panicked because Ning Qi was there. This is the Heavenly Dao Sect's demon capturing Hall's gold-robed elder, a form synthesis cultivator. Oyin Kadi and Luli looked at each other. It's all right. A mere form synthesis cultivator is obviously not a match for Senior Beishian. After all, even Bu Qingqian had to turn around and leave when he saw Senior Beishian. However, Tiandao Sect's status in Endless Heaven Star is extraordinary. There are even 3 great vehicle stage elders who are cultivating in seclusion, waiting to ascend to the immortal realm. If Lu Villa becomes enemies with Tiandao sect, I'm afraid the only way out is to leave Endless Heaven Star. Ouyang, later on, you should persuade Senior Beishian not to have a head-on conflict with Tiandao sect. Lu Li transmitted her voice to Ouyang Kadi. This, Uncle Master's cultivation is so high. How can I persuade him? However, Lu Li, don't be afraid. Uncle Master is definitely a cultivator above the tribulation stage. Tiandao sect will more or less have to give him some face. Ouyang Kadi transmitted his voice to Lu Li. When Lu Li heard this, there was still a hint of worry in her beautiful eyes. Zhitian, what made you use the distress medallion? From what I see, there don't seem to be any demons here. Ming Yu swept his gaze across and said calmly. However, when he saw Ning Qi, he was stunned and his eyes revealed a hint of contemplation. In the end, his contemplation gradually turned into shock. He remembered that when he came to Lu Li Villa, he specially used his divine telekinesis to check. There were a total of 330 people here. But if the person in front of him was included, there should be 340 people here. If that was the case, didn't that mean that when he used his divine telekinesis to check just now, he didn't notice the existence of this person? Zhao Zhitian explained the situation in a low voice. When the group of soul formation stage cultivators that Ming Yu brought heard the last part, their eyes gradually turned cold. They glanced at Wang He and then looked at Ning Qi together, as though they were rubbing their fists. The cultivators of the Demon Catcher Hall had always worked together. This was something that the other halls of Tiandao sect couldn't compare to. After all, the cultivators of the Demon Catcher Hall were killing demons outside. If they schemed against each other in private, they would be framed by their own people before they could kill the demons. Therefore, the hall master of the Demon Catcher Hall had specially instructed that if anyone had a grudge, they should settle it within the sect. If they dared to do anything to their own people outside, they would be suppressed by him personally. When necessary, he would even ask the 3 great vehicle patriarchs of Tiandao sect to step in. Therefore, the cultivators of the Demon Catcher Hall were very united when they were outside. Seniors of the Tiandao sect, this person is a demon. Not only did he steal my 9 sunstone mine, he even destroyed my cultivation, turning me into a cripple. Seniors, please uphold justice for me. Seeing that Ming Yu didn't move for a long time, when he finally couldn't hold it in anymore and cried out. He hoped that his cries could move this group of righteous cultivators to avenge him. The cause of this incident is just a 9 sunstone mine. Ming Yu frowned slightly and looked at Zhao Zhitian thoughtfully. This look made Zhao Zhitian feel like he had fallen into an ice cellar. It was as though Ming Yu had seen through his thoughts. Your name is Ning Beishian, right? I don't remember you in the righteous sects of Boundless Heaven Planet. Just now, I used my divine telekinesis to check this place, but I couldn't find you. May I know what your cultivation is and where you are from? Please don't misunderstand. On Boundless Heaven Planet, as long as you are a righteous cultivator, our Tiandao sect has them all. Those that are recorded. Ming Yu looked at Ning Qi and said, Maple Leaf Planet's Demon Catcher Sect. Didn't I tell you when I came? Ning Qi smiled. Ouyang Kadi's lips twitched, and he laughed bitterly in his heart. Chapter 22. Senior Beishian, it's really you. Duo Air looked at the 2 figures curiously. She wondered what kind of magical artifact Ming Yu took out to record the scene of Ning Qi and Ouyang Kadi's arrival at the Endless Heaven Planet. So the information registered there will be transmitted to such a magical artifact. This way, the cultivators of the Demon Hunter Hall can check it at any time. No wonder. Ouyang Kadi finally understood why the cultivators of Tiandao sect wanted to register the identity of all the cultivators who entered the Endless Heaven Planet. He thought it was to make a file so that he could check it later. He didn't expect that he could check it at any time through this magical artifact. Identity information. Thinking of Ming Yu's identity as a cultivator of the Demon Hunter Hall, Oyankadi suspected that the cultivators of the Demon Hunter Hall used this method to distinguish between righteous and demonic cultivators. Without registering his identity, did that mean he was a demonic cultivator? Although it was child's play, it was still useful. As long as Tiandao sect wasn't afraid of killing innocent people, the identity information is correct. But what is your cultivation level? Mingyu nodded and admitted Ning Qi's identity. However, he still wanted to know Ning Qi's current cultivation level. Elder Mingyu is asking about his cultivation level? Could it be? Zhao Zhitian was shocked. If his guess was right, this person's cultivation level was at least at the peak of the form synthesis stage. Cultivation level needs to be registered? All right then, just register it as a Mahayana stage. Ning Qi smiled. This was the first time he openly admitted his cultivation base. Lu Li and Oyankadi sucked in a mouthful of cold air. Duo Air and the other female cultivators of Lu Li Villa looked at Ning Qi with eyes full of admiration. Some female cultivators even excitedly waved their fists and looked at Ning Qi with excitement. A Mahayana stage cultivator. To them, a soul formation stage cultivator was extremely rare. After all, the social circle determined the social circle. Lu Li was only at the nascent soul stage, and most of her friends were at the nascent soul stage. Now that Ning Qi, who had lived with them for a while, had become a Mahayana stage cultivator, how could they not be excited? How could they not be excited when they saw Ning Qi become a Mahayana stage cultivator? Big, big, big. Wang He stared at Ning Qi with his mouth agape, a look of disbelief in his eyes. Mahayana stage? How is this possible? Zhao Zhitian was stunned. He had guessed that Ning Qi's cultivation was at most at the peak of the form synthesis stage or the early stage of the crossing calamity stage. But he had never guessed that Ning Qi was a cultivator at the great vehicle stage. Mahayana stage cultivators only existed in the infinite sky star. How many Mahayana stage cultivators were there in the entire infinite sky star? There were less than 6 righteous Dao sects in total, and Tiandao sect accounted for 3 of them. Therefore, Tiandao sect was the leader of the righteous Dao sects in infinite heaven star. As for the diabolism, there were only 4 Mahayana stage cultivators in total. Among them, the Dream Demon sect had 2 of them, and they were the most outstanding demonic sections. However, because the other 2 demonic sects had joined forces to fight against the Dream Demon sect, the Dream Demon sect had been unable to unify the 3 demonic sections. That was why the 3 demonic sects had always been suppressed by the Tiandao sect. On the surface, there were 10 cultivators at the great vehicle stage. Even if there were some old monsters cultivating in secret, there would be no more than 3 to 5 of them. In total, there were only about 15 of them. How many cultivators and creatures were there in the endless heaven star? No one could calculate it. It could only be expressed in one word: disregard it. Count it. Moreover, Ning Qi was born in a third-rate planet, like the Maple Leaf planet. The spirit Qi there was thin. A cultivator at the nascent soul stage was already considered a patriarch. With such a background and the situation of the endless heaven star, Zhao Zhitian could not believe that Ning Qi was a cultivator at the great vehicle stage. The group of deacon elders of the Demon Hunter Hall that Mingyu had brought with him also looked at Ning Qi in shock. They subconsciously took a step back. Mingyu was not in the mood to care about their actions. He stared at Ning Qi without blinking. Senior, are you really a cultivator at the great vehicle stage? You can come and check it out. Ning Qi smiled. Mingyu hesitated for a while and finally chose the safest way to deal with it. He said, Senior, what happened today was a misunderstanding. Finally, there's someone who understands. Ning Qi smiled and said, If you came a step later, it wouldn't be a misunderstanding anymore. Zhao Zhitian's expression was a little ugly as he cursed in his heart. If Ning Qi had said that he was a cultivator at the great vehicle stage, he would not have stayed here no matter what. He would have chosen to return to the Tiandao sect first and report this matter to the 3 great vehicle stage patriarchs. If they could confirm Ning Qi's cultivation level, he naturally would not ask for the 9 sunstone mine for Wang He. If Ning Qi was not a cultivator at the great vehicle stage, the 3 patriarchs would have taken care of him. However, Ning Qi had waited until Mingyu appeared before revealing his cultivation level. Zhao Zhitian even wondered if Ning Qi was doing this on purpose. Mingyu glanced at Zhao Zhitian and then said to Ning Qi, "Senior, I will take care of this matter and give you a satisfactory answer. There are very few Mahayana stage cultivators on the endless sky star. I think if my 3 ancestors hear of your news, they will definitely come to visit you in person. So please do so. Please be prepared, Senior." "Oh, then tell your patriarchs that I will be here waiting for them." Ning Qi smiled. Ming Yu's expression changed slightly. He did not see the slightest fear on Ning Qi's face. At this moment, he was 70 to 80% sure that Ning Qi was a cultivator at the great vehicle stage. "Then, Senior, I will take my leave first." Ming Yu cupped his hands. "Please go ahead." Ning Qi smiled. Lu Li timely said, "Duo Heir, see the guest out." "Yes, master." Duo Heir nodded and glanced at Ning Qi. Then she summoned her courage and walked to Ming Yu's side. "Seniors, Duo Heir will see you out." "Little girl, you're welcome." Ming Yu's eyes revealed a hint of a smile. Based on his experience, this Luli villa was hiding a trace of righteousness, so it was unlikely to be a demonic path force. In that case, Ning Qi might also be a righteous cultivator. If there was another righteous cultivator at the great vehicle stage in Endless Heaven Star, it would be a big deal for the 3 demonic sections. Was it bad news? "Elder Zhao, take me away from here!" Seeing that Zhao Zhitian was about to leave with Mingyu and the others, Wang He hurriedly asked for help. If he continued to stay here, he would definitely die in the hands of that young man whose eyes were filled with endless hatred. Hearing this, Qi Yi instinctively looked at Zhao Zhitian. "Elder Mingyu, Zhitian, don't you know that you've been used by others?" Mingyu said calmly, "Elder Mingyu, Zhitian was wrong." Zhao Zhitian quickly lowered his head and admitted his mistake. He did not dare to mention bringing Wang He away again. Mingyu smiled at Ning Qi, then looked at Qi Yi before leaving Luli Villa with Duo Heir. Wang He stared at their backs in bewilderment. He turned his neck stiffly and met Qi Ye's eyes. "Big Brother Beixian, can I kill him now?" Qi Yi asked. "Go ahead, but be careful. A centipede dies, but it doesn't stop moving." Chapter 22-23. "Kid, don't come any closer." Wang He shouted at Qi Yi coldly. There was only vigilance and hatred on Qi Ye's face, but there was no trace of fear. Any ordinary person who had just started cultivating would not be so calm when facing a late golden core stage cultivator, even if his cultivation had been destroyed. That disciple from the Jiang family said that the selection of these outer sect disciples was done by a certain ancient transformation almighty in the family. Ancient transformation almighty is not an immortal emperor or an immortal lord. Is this a realm that far surpasses an immortal emperor? Or is the Jiang family another name for cultivation realms? No matter which one it is, it's not something I can guess. First, it was the old demon of Black Mountain, and now it's Qi. Both of them have the mental state to become experts. Qi Yi is still an ordinary person, but his mental state is already far beyond that of ordinary cultivators. If he doesn't die in the future, I might see him in the immortal world soon. If he can pass the test and become an outer sect disciple of the Jiang family. The corner of Ning Qi's mouth curled up slightly as he looked up at the sky. He might not have the means to beat the heavens by half a chess piece, but he could still stir up trouble in this chessboard, even though he did not know if his actions would be of any help in the future. There was still a long way to go. Who could say for sure? "Senior, I was wrong. I know I was wrong. I've never killed those mortals with my own hands." Crippling my cultivation is already the most painful punishment. There's no need to kill me too. Seeing Qi Yi approaching him step by step, Wang he could not help but look at Ning Qi and beg for mercy. However, in the next second, a vicious glint flashed in the depths of his eyes. A black light shot out from his mouth towards Qi Yi. Ha ha ha! Even if I die today, I'll take you with me. A mortal dares to kill a cultivator of my generation? Go to hell! Qi Ye's expression slightly changed. Although he was prepared, this black light was extremely fast. With his current cultivation level, there was no way he could dodge it. The black light directly pierced through his body, leaving a hole in it. This kind of injury might not be too serious for cultivators above the qi condensation stage. However, in Wang He's view, Qi Yi was just an ordinary person with a slightly strong body. Now that his chest was pierced, he was dead for sure. Qi Yi! Duo Air exclaimed. She quite liked this child. Just as she was about to heal Qi Yi, Ning Qi reached out to stop her. Senior Bei Xian, what are you? This kind of injury is nothing to Qie. Just watch. Ning Qi smiled. Everyone looked at Qi Yi and found that his injuries were indeed improving. The flesh and blood that he lost were growing back at a speed visible to the naked eye. Soon, the hole in his chest disappeared. Aside from the slightly whiter skin, no one could tell that his chest was injured. How is this possible? Wang, he stared at Qi Yi in disbelief. His eyes were filled with doubt. How could a mere mortal have such a strong, regenerative ability? Under Qi Ye's feet, there was a black insect that was constantly wriggling. This insect's body was full of wrinkles, and its head was filled with dense green eyeballs. It looked very chilling. Its name was the hornet insect. Its body contained a very strong poison, and because of its fast speed, it was also very poisonous. Even Foundation establishment cultivators did not dare to provoke it. This was also the reason why Wang he was so confident. After the hornet insect injured Qi Yi, it was destined to die. It wriggled on the ground a few times before dying. Its body became stiff and eventually turned into a stone-like existence. Qi Yi looked down at his chest. His eyes were filled with surprise. He subconsciously looked at Ning Qi. Seeing Ning Qi smiling at him, Qi Yi felt a little touched. He thought that his injuries were improving because he cultivated the incarcerating dragon elephant art that Ning Qi taught him. You didn't expect this, right? A former mortal is about to kill a high and mighty cultivator like you. Qi Yi walked in front of Wang he and said coldly with his head lowered. Wang he no longer had any trump cards. His cultivation was crippled and he was old. How could he be a match for Qi Yi? He stared at Qi Yi. If you kill me, I won't let you off even if I become a ghost. Childish. Qi Yi sneered. He stepped on Wang He's head. With a poof, a lump of red and white stuff shot out from Wang He's head like a cannonball. Dad, Mom, Qi Yi has finally avenged you. Your spirits in heaven must be very happy. After killing Wang He, Qi Yi looked up at the sky and murmured to himself. As expected, the Jiang family token won't let Qi Yi die so easily. The Black Mountain Demon's token should have the same effect. As for me, there was no Jiang family token on Ning Qi's forehead. At least he couldn't sense it. However, the Jiang family disciples could recognize him at a glance. They could confirm that he was indeed emitting the aura of the Jiang family token. This aura should be hidden in the system. Wait, when Xingong, a mortal lord, wanted to take my body, other than the Jiang family token, there were 8 other tokens that even I couldn't see clearly. Could it be that there are 8 other tokens hidden in the system? Could it be because of the system? Something like Qi Ye's normal level danger? It's too dangerous and I can't activate the token's effect. Only when I'm facing a crisis like possession will the token sense it and appear to help. Thinking of this, Ning Qi was even more certain that the system had nothing to do with the Jiang family. Instead, the fact that the system could conceal the 9 tokens proved that its existence was of a higher level than these tokens. Ning Qi knew that he had the hornet worm on him. He didn't remind Qi because he wanted to prove his hypothesis. Even if his hypothesis was wrong and Qi Ye's token couldn't save him, Ning Qi was confident that he could save Qi Ye's life. From the beginning to the end, Qi Yi was not in any danger. Brother Beixian, thank you for allowing me to avenge my parents today. Qi Yi walked to Ning Qi and wanted to kneel down. However, he found that he couldn't kneel no matter how hard he tried. Keep this kneel for now. You can return it to me in the future. Ning Qi smiled. Qi Yi was slightly stunned, then nodded heavily. Soon, a female cultivator cleaned up Wang He's body. The front yard of Lu Li Villa became very clean and tidy again. Chapter 22-24. Dream Demon said. Bu Qingchen stood respectfully at the entrance of a cave abode. After a few days, the cave abode finally opened. Sage Hidden Dream walked out and looked at Bu Qingchen calmly. Did you find him? Bu Qingchen nodded and said, respectfully, Vice Sect Leader, the person you're looking for has appeared. However, his cultivation level is unfathomable, so I dare not act rashly. Unfathomable cultivation level? Sage Hidden Dream squinted his eyes. He could tell that Ning Qi's cultivation level was not weaker than his from the way he destroyed his divine soul. However, this was the infinite heaven planet, and he was not just a divine soul with only 10% of his original strength. He still had the powerful dream demon behind him. I understand. You can leave now and keep an eye on him. Inform me if there's anything unusual. Sage Hidden Dream waved his hand and entered the cave abode. Bu Qingchen was stunned. Shouldn't Sage Hidden Dream go straight to that guy? Could it be that even Sage Hidden Dream is afraid of that guy's cultivation level? Just a little more, and I can break through to the peak of the great vehicle stage. When that time comes, I'll use that guy as a sacrifice. Within the cave, Taoist Hidden Dream coldly sneered and slowly closed his eyes. His divine sense spread out to the thousands of other divine souls. Each divine soul-controlled planet, and these planets all had one thing in common. The heavenly Tao had died, and Taoist Hidden Dream's divine soul had become the incarnation of the heavenly Tao. He absorbed the fear in these planets to increase the cultivation level of his original body. Tiandao Sect, Demon Catcher Hall. As the news brought back by Mingyu was too shocking, the Hall Master and the Deputy Hall Master, who rarely showed themselves, showed up and sat in the main hall. In front of them, Mingyu, Zhao Zhitian, and the other deacon elders stood respectfully. Apart from Mingyu, there were 7 to 8 golden-robed elders who had also received the news and came to the main hall. Great vehicle stage? Can a great vehicle stage cultivator really appear in a place like Maple Leaf Planet? Deputy Hall Master Fang Qing said with a strange expression. At the same time, he looked at Jiang Xiaoyang, who was sitting on the other side. I've been to the Maple Leaf Star more than 30 years ago. There are indeed a few little guys cultivating there, but their cultivation is only at the soul formation stage. As for the cultivator at the Mahayana stage, if there really is one, it's impossible for me to find him with my cultivation. Are you sure he's from the Maple Leaf Star? Jiang Xiaoyang calmly looked at Mingyu and said, Temple Master, I'm not sure about this. If this person really is a great ascension stage cultivator, then his origin can be completely fabricated. I'm afraid that the cultivators in charge of registration won't be able to tell if it's true or false. Mingyu cupped his hands. That's the only explanation. It seems like he's not a cultivator from Maple Leaf Planet. However, since he came on Misty Sea, it means he wasn't on Endless Heaven Planet before. Perhaps he's a senior who left Endless Heaven Planet and cultivated on Maple Leaf Planet before returning to Endless Heaven Planet recently. Jiang Xiaoyang said. Fang Qing thought about it. Maybe after breaking through to the Mahayana stage, I found that the spiritual energy of Maple Leaf Star was not enough. In that case, he may have just entered the Mahayana stage. Compared to the 3 ancestors of our Tiandao sect, he is still far behind. Jiang Shaoyang said. Hearing this, everyone in the hall breathed a long sigh of relief. An unidentified Mahayana stage cultivator had indeed brought great pressure to them. However, according to Fang Qin and Jiang Shaoyang's inference, Ningqi's cultivation should not be comparable to the three ancestors of the sect. This was good news, indicating that Tiandao sect's position as the leader of the righteous path was not so easily shaken. Let's talk to Ancestor Sure about this. The other two ancestors seem to be communicating with the immortal world and dare not disturb them. Fang Qing said. Jiang Shaoyang nodded. I'll go. Hiss! Zhao Zhitian, who had been bowing his head in contemplation, suddenly gasped, causing everyone in the hall to look at him, including Jiang Shaoyang, who was about to get up and leave. Elder Zhao, what's going on? What did you think of? Mingyu frowned. Zhao Zhitian's face showed a look of surprise and doubt, and he whispered, some time ago we caught a demon child of Dream Demon Path in the Immortal Relic. In order to survive, he said that Immortal Hidden Dream Demon Path had accepted a new prodisciple. We already know about this. What does it have to do with Lu Livilla? Jiang Shaoyang said faintly. I just remembered that the demon child gave me a portrait that looks exactly the same as the one in Lu Livilla. Zhao Zhitian asked in bewilderment. Same? Wait, take out his portrait again. Mingyu said in surprise. He had not been in Dream Demon Path for a while and had never seen this portrait. Zhao Zhitian moved his mind, and a portrait flew out from his sleeve and unfolded in front of everyone. This portrait was given to me by that demon child, Zhao Zhitian said in a low voice. Hiss! After Mingyu saw the portrait, he gasped in his heart. The person in the portrait was indeed 80 to 90% similar to Ningqi. Why didn't you say so before? Mingyu said coldly, a trace of anger flashing in his eyes. Elder Mingyu, I was blinded by a single leaf. I didn't expect that person to be the person in the portrait. That Mo Zaizi said that he was Sage Hidden Dream's new direct disciple. His cultivation should only be at the body integration stage. Zhao Zhitian smiled bitterly. If he was at the form synthesis stage, how could I not know? Mingyu snorted. Looks like this is a little special. As for who this person is, I will have to ask Ancestor Sure to see for himself. Jiang Shaoyang said lightly. After saying that, he left the Demon Catcher Hall and came to a mountain range in the depths of Tiandao sect. This mountain range was independent, and normal disciples of Tiandao sect couldn't enter at all. There was a formation surrounding it, and if one tried to force their way in, they would be mercilessly killed by the formation. Only Tribulation Realm cultivators were allowed to enter. Only Tribulation-passing cultivators were allowed to enter. Jiang Shaoyang entered the mountain range and stopped in front of a bamboo house. He explained what happened in a low voice. After a while, an elder walked out of the bamboo house and looked at Jiang Shaoyang with a smile. Yang Shaoyang, it's been so many years since we last met. Why has your cultivation stagnated? Jiang Shaoyang's expression changed slightly, and he smiled bitterly. Shaoyang's talent is poor. I have embarrassed myself in front of Ancestor Sure. When Jiang Shaoyang was still at the Qi training stage, Ancestor Sure was already at the Mahayana stage. After so many years, even though Jiang Shaoyang had broken through to the tribulation stage and became a legendary figure in the eyes of other cultivators, his seniority in Ancestor Sure's eyes was still very low. Forget it. I have known about your poor talent for a long time. Another Mahayana stage cultivator appeared in Endless Heaven Star? Interesting. I will go and see for myself. Ancestor Sure chuckled and disappeared in front of Jiang Shaoyang in a flash. Jiang Shaoyang looked at the empty space before him and shook his head. He turned around and left. The Azure Dragon City. Chapter 22-25. Ancestor Sure moved slightly and landed in the courtyard where Ning Qi was. His arrival did not attract anyone's attention. It's really the Mahayana stage. Ancestor Sure sized Ning Qi up and was a little surprised. Ning Qi looked at Ancestor Sure with a surprised expression. Ancestor Shi thought that Ning Qi was surprised because he had seen through his cultivation level. In fact, Ning Qi was surprised because of Ancestor Shi's appearance. Ancestor Shi looked like an old friend of his. If he were 40 or 50 years younger, he would look like Wu Yin. Coincidence? Ning Qi thought to himself. The central continent was very far away from the endless sky star, and without a star map, even a Mahayana stage cultivator might not be able to find the central continent. Wu Yin and the Mahayana stage cultivator in front of him shouldn't have any connection. I am Shi Tian. How should I address you? Ancestor Shi cupped his hands at Ning Qi. Ning Beixian. Ning Qi returned the greeting with a smile. In Ning Qi's opinion, Shi Tian's cultivation was equivalent to the level of a Yuan venerate in the central mainland. He was at the peak of the 9 calamity creator. Any higher and he would be at the level of Dao Yan. Brother Ning, there have only been a dozen or so great ascension stage cultivators in the endless heaven star for so many years. I know all of them, be it the righteous path or the evil path. But why have I never heard of Brother Ning? I wonder if Brother Ning can dispel my doubts? Shi Tian smiled. The world is so vast. You can't possibly know everyone, right? Ning Qi smiled. You are indeed a friend from another star field. Shi Tian laughed. He had a rough idea of Ning Qi's origin. He was not a cultivator from the infinite star, nor was he from the 9 planets surrounding the infinite star. He came from another star region. When he reached the Mahayana stage, he already had the ability to cross the starry sky. It was normal for him to be lucky enough to find the infinite star. Brother Shi, do you know a guy named Wu Yin? Ning Qi suddenly asked. Wu Yin? Let me think. Shi Tian pondered for a while and shook his head. I don't think I know Wu Yin. Who is he? An old friend. Ning Qi smiled. Brother Ning, I've already fought with all the cultivators in the great vehicle stage of the Tianlong star. It's rare for you to come here. Why don't we have a spar? Shi Tian said with a smile. Spar? Come on. Ning Qi smiled and nodded. Right here? Let's go somewhere else. If we fight, I'm afraid this place will be affected. Shi Tian was stunned. There's no need for that. Brother Shi, just use your strongest move. Ning Qi smiled. Oh, why is Brother Ning so confident? Then I won't stand on ceremony. There was a flash of surprise in Shi Tian's eyes. In the next moment, he opened his mouth and a flying sword flew out. The aura of the flying sword was very powerful. According to the classification of the infinite sky star, it should be a supreme grade magic treasure. It was even infinitely close to a low-grade celestial artifact. Brother Ning, be careful. Shi Tian reminded Ning Qi with a smile. The next moment, the flying sword silently appeared in front of Ning Qi. Unfortunately, it could not advance any further. There were 2 fingers clamped on the body of the flying sword. This. Shi Tian gasped and looked at Ning Qi in disbelief. Although Ning Qi's attack didn't seem to be very powerful, Shi Tian knew how powerful it was. There were only a handful of people on the endless sky star who could withstand his attack without being injured, but that was only the case for Ning Qi. However, they were only injured. Shi Tian had never seen someone like Ning Qi who could pinch his flying sword with 2 fingers and prevent him from activating the flying sword. I lost. Shi Tian smiled bitterly. Ning Qi smiled and released his fingers. The flying sword hummed softly and circled around Ning Qi as if it had a mind of its own. Then it flew back to Shi Tian. Shi Tian finally knew why Ning Qi wanted to compete with him here. His attack could not do anything to Ning Qi. Even if he used those powerful spells, he could not hurt Ning Qi. Ning Qi's cultivation was much stronger than his. It was very likely that if he wanted to, he could take the last step and advance to the second step. An existence that could advance to the second step. Brother Ning, has your cultivation already reached the consummate level? Shi Tian asked tentatively. Yes, I guess. Ning Qi nodded. Because of the system, as long as he appeared in the immortal world and completed the advancement task, he could become a real worldly immortal. Although his combat power was much stronger than his peers, his real cultivation realm was still a 9 tribulation creator, which was equivalent to the Mahayana stage here. Fortunately, those little bastards did not offend Brother Ning. Otherwise, even if the other 2 old guys joined forces with me, I'm afraid they would not be a match for Brother Ning. Shirtian could not help but sigh. In the next 10 days, Shirtian did not leave. He kept talking with Ning Qi in the yard. Qi Yi, Duo Air, and the others discovered Shirtian one after another and secretly guessed his identity. It was not until Shirtian left with a satisfied look that Duo Air curiously ran to Ning Qi and asked. He is one of the 3 Mahayana stage cultivators of the Tiandao sect. Ning Qi smiled. A Mahayana stage cultivator of the Tiandao sect? Duo Air and the others looked in the direction where Shirtian left in shock. Fairy Luli and Oyankadi looked at each other and saw the surprise in each other's eyes. Since Ning Qi chatted so happily with the Mahayana stage cultivator of the Tiandao sect, it seemed that the conflict between the Tiandao sect and the sect leader Wang he had disappeared. The friction between them also disappeared, allowing the 2 of them to let out a long sigh of relief. Tiandao sect, Demon Hunter Hall. The 2 hall masters, Jiang Xiaoyang and Fang Qing, stood respectfully in the center of the hall. Behind them stood dozens of golden-robed elders, including Mingyu, and hundreds of deacon elders. This was the true power of the Demon Hunter Hall. If Jiang Xiaoyang and Fang Qing led the team, ordinary demonic Dao forces would be destroyed in an instant. The hundreds of cultivators stood respectfully in the hall, waiting for Ancestor Shi's instructions. The hundreds of cultivators stood respectfully in the hall, waiting for Ancestor Shi's instructions. I've been to Lu Li Villa. Shirtian said lightly. Ancestor Shi, is that? Jiang Xiaoyang's eyes flickered. That's right. He is indeed a Mahayana stage cultivator, and his cultivation base is extraordinary. Remember, when you reach Azure Dragon City, take a detour. However, if you encounter any danger, you can enter Luli Villa and ask for help from that person. For my sake, he should be willing to help. Shirtian said. Ancestor Shi, I wonder if his cultivation base is compared to yours. Fang Qing glanced at Jiang Xiaoyang and asked curiously. Fang Qing, aren't you mocking Ancestor Shi? Jiang Xiaoyang quickly glared at Fang Qing, then smiled at Ancestor Shi and said, Fang Qing is too curious. Ancestor Shi, don't blame him. There's nothing to hide. His cultivation base is stronger than mine. Chapter 22-26. That guy's cultivation is stronger than Ancestor Shi's. How is this possible? Zhao Zhitian's eyes were filled with shock as he stared at the floor. Ancestor Shi was an old monster who had lived for tens of thousands of years. He was only 1 step away from becoming an immortal. When Zhao Zhitian's grandmaster was still alive, Ancestor Shi was already a leading figure in the righteous path. He knew that what Ancestor Shi said couldn't be false. Then, was the other party's cultivation really stronger than Ancestor Shi's? Thinking of this, Zhao Zhitian couldn't help but tremble. A trace of fear flashed in his eyes. Zhao Zhitian, do you know your mistake? Mingyu suddenly looked at Zhao Zhitian and shouted coldly. Zhao Zhitian knelt on the ground and lowered his head. I know my mistake. You shouldn't have been greedy for the 9-sun stone mine. You almost caused our Tiandao sect to go against that existence. With your current state of mind, it's no longer suitable for you to stay in the Demon Catcher Hall. Go to the General Affairs Hall. Mingyu said coldly. Zhao Zhitian nodded with a defeated expression. He bowed to Shirtian and the rest respectfully and turned to leave the Demon Catcher Hall. When the other deacon elders saw this, they were shocked. They secretly reminded themselves to be more careful in the future so that they wouldn't end up like Zhao Zhitian. Every year, The deacon elders of the Demon Catcher Hall would receive more than 1,000 medial-grade spirit stones. Furthermore, the other resources were also very abundant. Their status in the Tiandao sect was extremely high. As for the General Affairs Hall that Zhao Zhitian went to, it was incomparable to the Demon Catcher Hall. The deacon elders of the General Affairs Hall would at most receive 500 medial-grade spirit stones a year. Their various resources were less than half of the Demon Catcher Hall. All right, you guys settle the affairs of the Demon Catcher Hall yourselves. I'll take my leave first, Shi Tian said with a smile. When he finished speaking, he disappeared on the spot without waiting for Jiang Shaoyang and Fang Qing to send him off. The two of them were tribulation passing stage cultivators, but they didn't know how Shi Tian disappeared. Ever since Shi Tian came once, no matter if it was a cultivator from the righteous path or a cultivator from the devil path, no one came to visit Luli Villa again. After the incident at the Imperial Beast Valley, Luli Villa gradually returned to peace. Ning Qi lived in seclusion and rarely appeared once a year. As for Qi, after cultivating for more than 10 years, he followed Ouyang Kadi to travel. His cultivation was enough to protect himself against Qi condensation cultivators. Even foundation-building cultivators might not be able to kill Qi. No one found it strange that Qi Ye's body was so strong. Instead, they felt that it was natural because Qi Yi cultivated the cultivation method taught by Ning Qi. Just like that, Qi Yi returned to Luli Villa once every 30 years or so. Every time he returned, his cultivation would undergo a huge change. After a few times, he no longer needed to follow Ouyang Kadi and chose to travel alone. Ouyang Kadi had obtained some opportunities outside, and the last time he went with Qi, when night returned, he entered a state of seclusion. He was probably going to break through to the perfected Golden Core realm. Azure Dragon City. 300 years have passed. That person seems to have left? Why don't we go to Luli Villa to have a look? Zhang Zicheng, what do you think? Zhang Zicheng was silent for a while. In fact, he had long wanted to go to Luli Villa to have a look. His heart had always been thinking about Luli Ferry. However, since the incident at the Imperial Beast Valley, Zhang Zicheng had never had the face to go to Luli Villa. In his heart, because of Ning Qi's existence, there was a trace of fear towards Luli Villa. However, in the past 100 years, the spies he had sent out had returned a lot of news, none of which was related to Ning Qi. It seemed that Ning Qi had left Luli Villa. Are you afraid that that person is still there? I think with that person's cultivation, how could he stay in Luli Villa for so long? There are no treasures in Luli Villa. Exactly. Then let's go and have a look. Just after Zhang Zicheng made up his mind, there was a sudden loud rumble in the sky. It was as if some kind of existence was falling from the sky to the ground. Whether it was mortals or cultivators, they all walked onto the street and looked up at the sky with a trace of shock on their faces. They saw that above their heads, a simple and dilapidated palace had appeared. This palace seemed to have flown over from the vast universe, and its body exuded the aura of the river of time. Regardless of whether it was the righteous or demonic cultivators, they were all shocked by this palace. Especially those cultivators with higher cultivation, they could feel an extremely terrifying aura from the palace. This aura was something that ordinary cultivators could not detect at all. Tiandao sect. Shi Tian walked out of his cave abode. At the same time, 2 other cultivators with similar cultivation also walked out of their respective cave abodes. Their gazes were all fixed on the dilapidated palace in the sky with a trace of ancient aura. In addition to Tiandao sect, the other righteous sects that were second only to Tiandao sect, the great vehicle elders who had been cultivating in seclusion for a long time also broke out of their seclusion and looked at the palace with a trace of worry in their eyes. Meng Meng said, "Ha ha ha, I've finally broken through." Sage Hidden Dream laughed wildly. The next moment his expression changed slightly. He walked out of his cave abode and looked up at the palace in the sky. After a few breaths, a figure broke through the sky and landed beside Sage Hidden Dream. Hidden Dream, this palace is very strange. Yes, Sage Hidden Dream nodded. You've broken through? The middle-aged cultivator standing beside Sage Hidden Dream was a bit surprised. Sect leader, if you and I join forces, we should be able to deal with those 3 old guys from Tiandao sect, right? Sage Hidden Dream said with a smile. Those 3 are nothing to be afraid of. Let's take a look at the origin of this palace first. The middle-aged cultivator lightly said. In the endless heaven star, all the known and unknown great vehicle stage, cultivators broke out of their seclusion and stared at the silent palace, because they sensed an unusual aura coming from the palace. Azure Dragon City. Lu Li Villa. Quickly go and call Senior Beishian. Lu Li looked at the palace with a dignified expression and said. Hundreds of female cultivators looked up at the sky, looking shocked and curious. They were different from the cultivators in the central continent. Even the Qi refining stage, cultivators knew about the existence of the universe. This palace obviously came from the universe, but they didn't know if there were people living in it. Before Duo Air could call Ning Qi had already appeared beside Luli. He looked at the palace indifferently, and a trace of surprise flashed through the depths of his eyes. Senior Beishian, this palace suddenly appeared, Duo Air said. Could it be an immortal's cave abode? Ouyang Kadi's voice sounded. Everyone looked up and found that his aura had risen a lot. Whether it's an immortal's cave abode or not, we'll know once we go and take a look. Chapter 22-27. After the dilapidated palace appeared, the big sects didn't make a move. Instead, the Foundation establishment, Golden Core, and Nascent Soul cultivators rushed towards the palace. They thought that this was a fortuitous opportunity. Similarly, fortuitous opportunities came with risks. These cultivators had already considered that the palace was suspicious. His Highness's arrival was strange, and his background might be extraordinary. Even if there was a risk, they had to give it a try. Soon, these cultivators who were stuck at the bottleneck entered the palace under the watchful eyes of countless people. About half a month later, a cultivator flew out of the palace. From his ecstatic expression, one could tell that he must have obtained a lot of good things in the palace. Soon after, the second and third people entered the palace. Some of the more observant cultivators were counting the number of people who entered the palace. Only when all the cultivators who entered the palace walked out and scathed did everyone heave a sigh of relief. Some of the deity transformation and body integration cultivators finally couldn't bear it any longer and flew toward the palace. At the same time, the first group of cultivators was stopped by the cultivators of Tiandao sect. What did you see in the palace? Jiang Shaoyang said calmly. The group of cultivators looked at Jiang Shaoyang with fear in their eyes. The one who came out first hesitated for a moment before saying, Senior, there is nothing inside. It is just an empty palace. There is not a single ghost in sight. However, there are some exotic flowers and plants growing inside, as well as some useless ones. However, there are some strange plants and some useless pills. Take them out and let me see. Jiang Shaoyang said, This. How dare you? Do you think the palace master of Demon Catcher Palace would be greedy for your little things? Fang Qing shouted coldly. These cultivators gasped. They didn't know that the person in front of them was the legendary palace master of Demon Catcher Palace, Jiang Shaoyang. He was a tribulation-passing cultivator. He shouldn't be greedy for the things they obtained this time, right? Thinking of this, these cultivators all took out the things they obtained and let Jiang Shaoyang have a look. Of course, some of them held back and only took out half of the things they obtained. However, just this half was enough for Jiang Shaoyang to determine the situation in the palace. Although these spirit herbs and spirit medicines are precious, they are only for cultivators below the soul formation stage. As for these magic treasures, they are only low and middle grade. There isn't even a single high grade one. Jiang Shaoyang and Fang Qing looked at each other with a strange look in their eyes. "These are the things you obtained in there?" "Yes." "Then why did you come out?" "We wanted to look around, but before we knew it, we were already at the entrance of the palace, and we couldn't go in any more." "Go!" Jiang Shaoyang waved his hand, and the group of cultivators heaved a long sigh of relief in their hearts. They left happily. This time they had obtained a lot of good things, and they did not encounter any danger. It could be considered as picking up benefits for free. They had to find a place to properly digest them. There should be some kind of formation in this palace. The cultivators who enter it by mistake will be sent out after a certain amount of time. Judging from the aura of the palace, there shouldn't be only these low-level spirit herbs and magic treasures inside. Perhaps they didn't even reach the center of the palace. Jiang Shaoyang said. Feng Qing nodded. He had the same idea as Jiang Shaoyang. The two of them glanced at the palace but didn't choose to go there. Instead, they returned to the Tiandao sect and reported their findings to Shirtian. Beside Shirtian stood two elderly cultivators. They were the other two Grand Ascension Stage cultivators of the Tiandao sect. Stage, but their seniority was a few levels lower than Shirtian's. They had not yet stepped into the last step of the Deshang stage. But because of the appearance of the palace, their hearts felt something, and they broke out. "What do you think?" Shirtian looked at the other two old men. "Uncle Master, the two of us feel as if there is a pair of eyes inside, watching us." The two of them looked at each other, and one of them said. Jiang Shaoyang and the others were shocked and subconsciously looked up at the dilapidated palace. Could there be a living person inside? I also have the same feeling. This palace should be the cave residence of an immortal. It seems that he lost in a fight. Perhaps what's left inside is only a wisp of his divine soul. Shirtian said. The divine soul of an immortal? Everyone was slightly surprised. I think we have to see what the specific situation is, but it's time for you to get to work. The three major demon sects may have already begun to move. Don't let them enter this palace. If it's really the divine soul of an immortal, I think they are already drooling. Shirtian sneered. Yes. Jiang Shaoyang and Feng Qing looked at each other with dignified expressions. Next, the cultivators of Tiandao sect flew up one by one. Under the leadership of Jiang Shaoyang and Feng Qing, they sealed the dilapidated palace and no cultivators were allowed to enter. This made the cultivators who arrived later very unhappy, but they did not dare to get angry at Tiandao sect and were unwilling to leave just like that. They could only stand there and stare at the dilapidated palace. We're rich, we're rich. In Azure Dragon City, Zhang Zicheng and the other two gathered together with a hint of ecstasy on their faces. The three of them were among the first batch of cultivators to enter the dilapidated palace. When they were stopped by Jiang Shaoyang, they did not take out all the things they obtained from the palace. Look, the grade of this sword is at least a superior grade magic treasure, right? Haha, with it, I have the confidence to fight against a cultivator at the peak of the nascent soul realm. What's the big deal about your flying sword? What do you think of my armor? How about you stab it with your flying sword? The former immediately used his flying sword to stab the armor, but it only left a white mark on it. Good stuff. It's at least a superior grade defensive magic treasure. It's extremely rare even on the Endless Heaven Star. Only cultivators at the form synthesis stage and above can wear it. The nascent soul realm cultivator holding the superior grade flying sword looked envious. Zhang Zicheng, after we entered the palace, you separated from us. What did you take? The two suddenly looked at Zhang Zicheng. Zhang Zicheng took out an iron hoop. When the two saw it, their expressions became strange. This thing doesn't seem to have the aura of a magic treasure. Don't tell me you took a useless, ordinary weapon? Zhang Zicheng ignored the two of them. When he received this item, he had a strange feeling in his heart. In the next moment, he suddenly put the iron hoop around his neck in front of the two of them. When the two of them saw Zhang Zicheng's strange actions, they suddenly revealed a trace of vigilance. The next moment, they found that Zhang Zicheng's aura was skyrocketing. What's going on? Zhang Zicheng, this is the aura of a soul formation stage? No, he's at the form synthesis stage, and it's still increasing. Tribulation stage? Chapter 22-28. This power, Zhang Zicheng clenched his fists tightly. He could feel the power in his body skyrocketing. He had never felt this way before. This feeling was really too comfortable. Zhang Zicheng, how did your cultivation? Could it be because of this iron ring? The two of them stared at Zhang Zicheng, dumbfounded. They had only obtained a high-grade flying sword and armor. But Zhang Zicheng seemed to have obtained something incredible from the dilapidated palace. Maybe this is the power of the great vehicle stage. I am already a great vehicle stage cultivator. Zhang Zicheng smiled. The great vehicle stage. How is this possible? You were just at the nascent soul stage. How did you suddenly cross the soul formation stage, the form synthesis stage, and the crossing tribulation stage? I didn't see you go through a tribulation. The two of them couldn't believe it. There are many impossible things in this world. Why can't I reach the Deshang stage? As for the lightning tribulation, it probably wouldn't dare to descend. Ha ha ha! Zhang Zicheng laughed wildly, and the two of them felt a wave of fiendish energy assaulting them. They took a few steps back and looked at Zhang Zicheng in fear. There's something special about this temple. Right now, the Heavenly Path sect has sent cultivators to guard the temple, not allowing anyone to enter. I'm afraid they want to take everything for themselves. Zhang Zicheng looked up at the sky. The next moment, his lips curled up. But now that I'm a great vehicle stage cultivator, I'm qualified to participate in this game. Zhang Zicheng, no. Senior Zhang, can you bring us along? After the two of them came to their senses, they hurriedly looked at Zhang Zicheng. Don't worry. You and I have been friends for thousands of years. How could I forget you? Just follow me. Zhang Zicheng, from now on. Zhang Zicheng smiled, and his eyes suddenly turned towards the direction of the Lu Li Villa. After he had figured out the secret of the shrine and determined the power of the iron ring around his neck, Zhang Zicheng was ready to go to the Lu Li Villa. With his current cultivation base, Lu Li would not have the guts to refuse him. Lu Li Villa. Ning Qi was staring at the dilapidated palace when he suddenly sensed something and looked in Zhang Zicheng's direction. That's an immortal artifact? There's such an effect? Interesting. What immortal artifact? Senior Beixian, did you notice something? Duo Air looked at Ning Qi curiously. It's nothing. Ning Qi smiled. Has Qie returned recently? Everyone had a strange expression after hearing this. Ouyang Kadi wryly smiled. Ever since I went into closed-door cultivation, Qi hasn't come back for 200 years, right? However, we occasionally hear news about him. I heard that he is now at the Golden Core stage and has killed many devils. He has made quite a name for himself, and it seems that he has a nickname, Young Noble Demon Slayer. However, in addition to killing devil cultivators, he has also killed many righteous cultivators. We thought that the Heavenly Tao sect would deal with him because of this, but we didn't expect that those righteous cultivators would be exposed for colluding with the devil path or doing some heinous things. Even so, Qi doesn't seem to be well received by the cultivators of the righteous Tao. It's normal. Ning Qi smiled. With the Jiang family's token, Qi Yi was destined to walk alone, just like Ning Qi. Along the way, although Ning Qi had friends and a wife, because of various reasons, he couldn't be like a normal cultivator, staying in one place for hundreds of thousands of years or even millions of years. Senior Beixian, this palace has been sealed by the Heavenly Tao sect, but I think the three great devil sects won't let the Heavenly Tao sect get away with it so easily. I'm afraid there will be a fierce battle. Fairy Lu Li said. Don't worry. Our Lu Li Villa has Uncle Master here. Even if they fight, it won't affect us. Oyen Kadi said with a smile. In this way, another month or so passed. On a certain day, a black cloud suddenly floated over from the horizon. That cloud was like billowing black smoke, sweeping over. Above it stood a black figure, all of which were cultivators in black robes. Dream Demon Tao. I see Dream Demon Tao cultivators. Not only Dream Demon Tao, Mad Demon Tao, and Een Demon Tao cultivators are also here, and they even brought many devil cultivators and devils under them. I'm afraid there are more than 100,000 devil cultivators here, right? The three great devil sects have come together. Today, a fierce battle is inevitable. Seeing this scene, a trace of worry appeared on the faces of the cultivators. However, when their eyes fell on the Heavenly Tao sect, their hearts immediately calmed down. Ever since the Heavenly Tao sect was established, the three great devil sects had never gained the upper hand against the righteous cultivators. Those old fellows are all here. Shirtian stared at the black cloud with a cold smile on his face. The other two great vehicle stage cultivators of the Heavenly Tao sect stood behind Shirtian, and there were three other great vehicle stage cultivators with them. These were the famous great vehicle stage ancestors of the righteous sections. As for the great vehicle stage cultivators who didn't belong to any sects, they didn't appear at the moment, but hid in the dark to observe. There were 6 Mahayana stage cultivators from the righteous path and 4 Mahayana stage cultivators from the 3 devil sects. After figuring this out, the cultivators who were initially frightened by the scene of the 3 devil sects coming together gradually calmed down. Shirtian, does your Heavenly Tao sect plan to take this palace for itself? The tumbling black cloud gradually stopped about a mile away from the Heavenly Tao sect cultivators. The weakest of the cultivators on the cloud was at the original soul stage, and the strongest were Taoist Master Hidden Dream and the other 3 great vehicle stage cultivators. With such strength, some people didn't really understand the 3 great devil sections. The cultivators of the righteous path trembled with fear. Some of the young cultivators who had made a great vow to spend their lives exterminating the evil Tao were now deathly pale. Let alone their entire lives. Even if they spent 10 lifetimes, they still wouldn't be able to kill all 3 of these evil Tao cultivators. The one who spoke on the side of the devil sects was Taoist Master Hidden Dream, the vice sect leader of the demonic Tao sect. As for the sect leader and the other 2 great vehicle stage cultivators, they all looked at Shirtian and the others coldly, but if one looked closely, they would find that their attention was actually on the palace in the sky. Hidden Dream, what qualifications do you have? Oh, so you've also taken the last step? Shirtian looked at Hidden Dream with a smile that wasn't a smile, and a hint of mockery appeared in his eyes. However, the expressions of the 5 great vehicle stage cultivators behind him changed. At the great vehicle stage, there were many realms. In addition to the early stage, middle stage, and late stage, there was also the last step, which could be called the Great Circle. Only at this step could one truly wait to become an immortal. Chapter 22-29. Ha ha ha. My Dream Heart Sutra has indeed reached the final stage. Now that the 4 of us have joined forces, we might not lose to you 6 old farts. Venerable Hidden Dream laughed maniacally. The disciples and subordinates standing behind him burst into wild laughter. Their laughter was filled with endless pride. If Taoist Master Hidden Dream's cultivation increased, it meant that their cultivation would also rise. However, the other 2 demonic path cultivators weren't so happy. Their expressions were dignified. Ancestor sure, Venerable Hidden Dream has reached the full cycle. If we really fight, the 2 great ascension stage cultivators behind Shirtian revealed a hint of bewilderment. We'll only know after we fight. Are you guys afraid? Shirtian smiled faintly. No. The few of them looked at each other, their eyes filled with determination. It's good that you're not afraid. Sure Tian laughed and looked at Venerable Hidden Dream and the other three. You guys have no share in this palace. Go away. What a joke. Then let's fight. Let's see if you righteous cultivators are stronger, or us demonic cultivators are stronger. Venerable Hidden Dream laughed maniacally. His eyes were filled with fighting spirit. He had just broken through and wanted to find someone to fight. He wanted to test the power of his Dream Heart Sutra. Those great ascension stage cultivators are preparing to fight. Let's retreat. The cultivators below scattered in all directions, not daring to get close. Senior Zhang, should we join in? The two original infant stage cultivators looked at Zhang Zicheng excitedly. What's the rush? Zhang Zicheng laughed. Let them fight first. Do you think I, a great ascension stage cultivator, can handle 10 great ascension stage cultivators? The two of them laughed awkwardly and kept quiet, under the watchful eyes of countless cultivators and mortals. Sure Tian, Reverend Hidden Dream, and the others opened up a battlefield with defensive spells under the dilapidated palace. This way, when they fought, they would not affect the innocent cultivators and mortals in the surroundings. Sometimes in the eyes of those low-level cultivators and mortals, the means of the great ascension stage seemed to be hidden. It didn't even look as dazzling as those of the Jiran stage cultivators. Almost before everyone could react, their fight had already ended. Master, Uncle Master, did you see something? Duo Air was dumbfounded. Fairy Luli and Oyankadi shook their heads with a strange look. Both sides are tied. Ning Qi smiled. Everyone was a little stunned, and then they looked at Ning Qi again with a hint of worship in their eyes. Only Ning Qi, who was also a Mahayana stage cultivator, could clearly see the situation of that group of Mahayana stage cultivators fighting. Ha ha ha! Sure Tian, looks like we have to split this palace equally. Taoist Master Hidden Dream laughed maniacally. The battlefield that both sides had opened up had already dissipated, and the crowd could finally see Sure Tian and the others clearly again. Apart from Sure Tian, the other 5 great ascension stage cultivators all had bloodstains at the corners of their mouths. On Taoist Hidden Dream's side, the Mad Demon Dao Sect leader and the Shadow Demon Dao Sect leader seemed to be injured as well. However, the Dream Demon Dao Sect leader and Taoist Hidden Dream didn't seem to be injured at all. Let's split it evenly then. Sure Tian suddenly looked in the direction of the Azure Dragon City and said indifferently. When Jiang Xiaoyang and the other Tian Dao Sect cultivators heard this, their expressions became somewhat ugly. This time, the righteous path did not seem to have the upper hand against the 3 demonic sects like before. Damn it, they want to split this palace equally with the demonic cultivators. Sigh, what a pity. If it wasn't for Taoist Hidden Dream's breakthrough, I'm afraid the 3 demonic sects wouldn't even dare to show their faces this time. There may be some secret treasures in this palace. If the demonic cultivators take half of it, it doesn't matter to Tian Dao Sect. But for us cultivators from ordinary sects, if we meet those demonic bastards again in the future, I'm afraid we'll have to turn around and run. Lu Li Villa, do you want to take a look at the palace? Ning Qi suddenly laughed. Lu Li and Ouyang Kadi were stunned for a moment. Duo Air was even more surprised. Senior Beishian, can we go too? Isn't this palace divided between Tian Dao Sect and the 3 demonic sects? Ning Qi had a hunch that there was no danger in this dilapidated palace. Instead, there was some kind of opportunity. This hunch was unclear. Ning Qi wasn't sure if there was an opportunity or not, but there should be no danger. Who said it was divided? Ning Qi smiled. With a slight thought, hundreds of female cultivators from Lu Li Villa followed Ning Qi and suddenly appeared next to Sure Tian and the others. Who are those people? Why did they suddenly appear here? It's strange, these female cultivators seem to have very low cultivation level. Qi refining stage, golden core stage, and nascent soul stage? There must be a reason for this abnormality. I'm afraid this group of people is not simple. 99% of the cultivators didn't know Luli Fairy, nor did they know about Luli Villa. However, there were still some cultivators who, after seeing the sudden appearance of Li and the others, suddenly showed a look of horror and disbelief. Isn't that Luli Villa? Yes, it is indeed Luli Villa. I saw Luli Fairy, but what kind of method did they use to suddenly appear at Tiandao Sect's side? With Luli Villa's strength, they actually want to intervene in the matter between Tiandao Sect and the three demonic sects. Wait, did you guys notice that person? That person, 300 years ago, Imperial Beast Valley, Black Fiend Demon. Hiss, that person. It should be him. I didn't expect that after 300 years, he is still in Luli Villa. It seems that this person's cultivation level is higher than what we thought. Many shocked gazes fell on Ningqi, including Zhang Zicheng and the other two. Senior Zhang, he is still here. I saw him. Zhang Zicheng's face was extremely gloomy. However, when he saw Luli Fairy, his eyes turned and the corner of his mouth slightly rose. Could it be that they are? Zhang Xiaoyang and Feng Qing looked at each other and then looked at Ningqi and the others with a strange look. Among them, Mingyu was slightly surprised, and his eyes suddenly showed a trace of joy. Yes, he had forgotten that there was a great ascension stage cultivator in Luli Villa who was stronger than Ancestor Shi Tian. No wonder he just saw Ancestor Shi Tian look in the direction of Azure Dragon City. So that was it. It's him among the cultivators of the Hall of Affairs. Zhao Zichen looked at Ningqi with a complicated look. More than 300 years ago, it was because of Ningqi that he was demoted from a deacon elder of the Demon Hunter Hall to a deacon elder of the Hall of Affairs. The difference in treatment between the two was more than several times. Brother Ning, you are here. Chapter 2230. The Great Vehicle Stage. Everyone was slightly taken aback, and their eyes were filled with surprise. Apart from Ningqi's cultivation, they were even more surprised by his background. A great vehicle stage cultivator from the starry sky? It was rare to see such a figure in the infinite heaven star. After all, the starry sky was so vast that even the immortals could not know. To be able to find the infinite heaven star in the vast starry sky, apart from great luck, one must also be extremely powerful. At the crossing calamity stage, one could travel through the starry sky. Therefore, many cultivators could learn about the dangers in the starry sky from the notes passed down by the crossing calamity stage cultivators. As for the great vehicle stage cultivators, they had a first-hand understanding of the starry sky. Even they could only move around the vicinity of the infinite heaven star. They did not dare to go any further. Another great vehicle stage cultivator. The cultivators from the three demon sects were slightly surprised, but they were not worried. In their opinion, even if Ningqi was at the great vehicle stage, it was unlikely that he was at the peak of the great vehicle stage. Even if there were a few more of such cultivators, it would not affect the situation today. They already knew that there were a few more of them. A few great vehicle stage cultivators were hiding below and observing secretly. However, those great vehicle stage cultivators were either at the early or middle stage. They would not affect the overall situation when there were cultivators at the peak of the great vehicle stage. It's you. Sage Hidden Dream's eyes flashed coldly when he saw Ningqi. Bu Qingqin, who was standing behind him, gradually became serious, but there was a hint of anticipation in his eyes. He had been waiting for more than 300 years to see what level Ningqi's cultivation had reached. It was a pity that Sage Hidden Dream did not make a move at the critical moment of breaking through to the peak of the great vehicle stage. Hidden Dream, do you know this person? The sect master of the Dream Demon Path asked calmly. He looked at Ningqi with a strange expression. A great vehicle stage cultivator from the starry sky. Such an existence could not help but make him feel a little fearful. The other two lords of the demon sects had the same thought as the sect master of the Dream Demon Path. Compared to these old fools who had been fighting for countless years in the infinite heaven star, an unknown existence like Ning Qi was more dangerous. Sect Master, this man destroyed a part of my spiritual soul. If it were not for him, I would have broken through to the peak of the great vehicle stage 300 years ago. Sage Hidden Dream looked at Ning Qi and gritted his teeth. Although his voice was not loud, all the cultivators present heard it clearly. They all gasped and looked at Ning Qi in disbelief. Shirtian smiled happily and said, "So Brother Ning fought with this old ghost hundreds of years ago and even destroyed a part of his spiritual soul? Ha ha ha." The rest of the Mahayana stage cultivators looked at Ning Qi in a different way. Although they had never seen Ning Qi before, they knew that Ning Qi had suppressed Taoist Hidden Dream. Thank goodness. If not for Bright Jade's timely arrival, our demon catcher Hall might have offended the senior because of Zhao Zhitin. He can even suppress Taoist Master Hidden Dream's divine soul. If he gets angry, I'm afraid, a hint of fear flashed in Jiang Xiaoyang's eyes. Zhao Zhitin, who was standing amongst the cultivators from the Hall of Affairs, felt even more fortunate. Senior Beixian has already fought with a Mahayana stage cultivator? A few hundred years ago. Isn't that when he first arrived at Endless Heaven Planet? Lu Li and the others looked at Ning Qi, feeling a little shocked. At that time, Uncle should have suddenly appeared on the Misty Sea ship. Not with me on the Misty Sea ship from Maple Leaf Planet. In that case, he may have first destroyed Taoist Master Hidden Dream's spiritual soul, and then found his way here. Oyankadi had a guess that was more in line with the truth. Azure Dragon City. He is a Mahayana stage cultivator? How could Lu Li have an encounter with a Mahayana stage cultivator? The two nascent soul stage cultivators looked at Zhang Zicheng in shock. Zhang Zicheng glanced at Ning Qi expressionlessly, then looked at Lu Li and said coldly, "So what if he is a Mahayana stage cultivator?" He had a hunch that after wearing the iron ring, his strength was not just an ordinary Mahayana stage cultivator, but a peak Mahayana stage cultivator. Therefore, even if he knew that Ning Qi was a Mahayana stage cultivator, he was not too afraid. In his mind, he had already thought of a way to appear. He wanted to surprise Lu Li as soon as he appeared. So that's how it is the eyes of the Dream Demon Path's cultivator flashed with a hint of realization. He finally knew why Taoist Hidden Dream was so angry hundreds of years ago and ordered his people to look for this person. This person has destroyed Taoist Hidden Dream's divine soul. Doesn't that mean his cultivation is not just at the early Mahayana stage? Perhaps he might be a late Mahayana stage cultivator. Bu Qingqin's gaze toward Ning Qi changed slightly. The hint of dread in his eyes grew stronger. Oh, it's him? The Dream Demon Path sect leader squinted his eyes and looked at Ning Qi. Hundreds of years ago, he sensed that Taoist Hidden Dream was angry because of something. He didn't expect that it was because his divine soul had been destroyed. Both he and Taoist Hidden Dream cultivated the Dream Heart Sutra, and their cultivation methods were exactly the same. Therefore, he naturally knew how Taoist Hidden Dream's divine soul was destroyed. I planned to settle the matter here before killing you. I didn't expect you to come here to die. It seems that you know the old devil of Tiandao sect. Hee. You must have been very satisfied when you destroyed my divine soul, right? That was just one of my thousands of divine souls. Now that I am here, I will let you know what a nightmare is. Taoist Hidden Dream looked at Ning Qi and grinned. The murderous intent emitted from his body made even his own people shiver. The cultivators of Tiandao sect, who were below the crossing calamity stage, could not help but shiver. They looked at Taoist Hidden Dream in fear. Since when did the evil Tao become so arrogant? It was not Ning Qi's voice, nor did it belong to any of the Mahayana stage cultivators. 3 figures suddenly appeared in the middle of Tiandao sect and the 3 evil Tao sects, just like Ning Qi. That is, hey, isn't that Zhang Zicheng? The original infant stage cultivator from Azure Dragon City? You already know that he is an original infant stage cultivator. How could it be him? I'm afraid his cultivation is at the great vehicle stage. I recognize him. I also recognize the two people beside him. They are also original infant stage cultivators from Azure Dragon City. They are on good terms with Zhang Zicheng and often discuss Tao with him. Hey, how could an original infant stage cultivator suddenly become a great vehicle stage cultivator? Maybe he was deliberately hiding his cultivation. Zhang Zicheng was quite famous in Azure Dragon City. Therefore, the cultivators of some sects and clans in the realm of unbounded desolation that were close to Azure Dragon City had seen Zhang Zicheng. Now, seeing him suddenly appear in the middle of Tiandao sect and the three evil Dao sects with two original infant stage cultivators, they were extremely shocked. Chapter 2231. Luli, long time no see. The corner of Zhang Zicheng's mouth rose slightly and he nodded to Luli. Is that really Zhang Zicheng? I've seen him 300 years ago in the Imperial Beast Valley, but at that time he didn't help us. Could it be that they look exactly the same, but are actually two different people? I don't know. Don't we know the other two people beside him? They've been to Li Villa before. I think this person is Zhang Zicheng. His breath is very strong, and the method he just used seems to be similar to Senior Beixian. Could it be that his cultivation has broken through to the soul-forming stage in these 300 years? Duo Air and other female cultivators of Li Villa looked at Zhang Zicheng with a strange look in their eyes and discussed privately. Are you really Zhang Zicheng? Your cultivation. Li's eyes were slightly strange. In her impression, Zhang Zicheng's cultivation was similar to hers, and he was very timid. When the Imperial Beast Valley attacked, he and the other two Yuanying stage cultivators didn't dare to say a word. But now he dared to come here when all the cultivators of Tiandao sect and the three demonic sects were present. This was not like the Zhang Zicheng she knew. Most importantly, Zhang Zicheng's breath gave her an inexplicable feeling. It was as if she was not looking at Zhang Zicheng, but Ancestor Shi and the other cultivators of Mahayana stage. Could it be that someone is impersonating me, Zhang Zicheng? The corner of Zhang Zicheng's mouth rose slightly and he chuckled. The two Yuanying stage cultivators standing behind him were excited. Because of Zhang Zicheng, they could calmly stand in front of so many cultivators of Mahayana stage and feel the envious and curious eyes of the cultivators below. Another cultivator of Mahayana stage? It seems that he knows that female cultivator. A mere Yuanying stage female cultivator actually knows two cultivators of Mahayana stage. The cultivators of Mahayana stage behind Ancestor Shi looked at Zhang Zicheng with a strange look, and then looked at Li with a trace of doubt in their eyes. Those cultivators of Mahayana stage who were still hiding in the dark were lost in thought, seemingly thinking about the name Zhang Zicheng. However, in their impression, there seemed to be no information related to Zhang Zicheng at all. This cultivator of Mahayana stage just popped out so suddenly. Wasn't he at the nascent soul stage before? Shi Tian frowned slightly. When he went to Azure Dragon City, he searched with his spiritual sense and saw Zhang Zicheng. So when Zhang Zicheng appeared, he knew the origin of the other party. It was just that at that time, Zhang Zicheng was at the Yuanying stage, but now Zhang Zicheng was at the Deshang stage. Ningqi looked at Zhang Zicheng with a smile that was not a smile. At this time, Zhang Zicheng's gaze coincidentally met Ningqi's. He was slightly startled because he discovered that Ningqi was not looking at him at all. Instead, he was looking at the iron ring around his neck. Zhang Zicheng's heart trembled. On the side of the three fiend sections. Did you just call us evil? Reverend Hidden Dream coldly stared at Zhang Zicheng. The eyes of the other three gradually revealed a hint of solemnity because they could sense a trace of the great perfection realm aura from Zhang Zicheng. I didn't expect such a character to be hidden among the righteous Tao cultivators. After so many years, why haven't we seen him? Don't tell me he came from the starry sky like that one. If these two were to join us, perhaps we would be at a disadvantage today. The mad demon sex leader and the shade demon sex leader glanced at each other. That's right. Zhang Zicheng stood in the void with his hands behind his back, letting the breeze blow his robe. He faintly looked at Reverend Hidden Dream and said, "Everyone has the right to punish the evil. Instead of hiding in the dark and trying to live an ignoble existence, you want to be the enemy of the righteous Tao in broad daylight. Aren't you afraid of being turned into ashes?" Arrogant, Reverend Hidden Dream was furious. This time he had finally broken through to the great perfection realm and was in high spirits. However, he encountered Zhang Zicheng, who dared to call him evil in front of him. How could he tolerate this? "Lu Li, today, I propose to you with the head of Reverend Hidden Dream. What do you think?" Zhang Zicheng suddenly turned around and looked at Lu Li. His eyes revealed a trace of affection. After wearing this iron hoop, not only did his cultivation base skyrocket, but even his courage had unknowingly undergone a tremendous change, enough to match his current cultivation base. When the two Yuanying stage cultivators behind him heard Zhang Zicheng's words, their expressions slightly changed. Their eyes revealed a trace of fear. They thought that by following Zhang Zicheng, they would be able to obtain more benefits in this dilapidated palace. They didn't expect Zhang Zicheng to immediately ask for the head of Reverend Hidden Dream. If Zhang Zicheng was really a great Ascension Stage cultivator, then it would be fine. However, the two of them had seen how Zhang Zicheng had today's cultivation base. If Zhang Zicheng's cultivation base disappeared in the future, wouldn't they die together with Zhang Zicheng in the Dream Demon Path? Thinking of this, the two became even more frightened. One of them whispered, "Senior Zhang, our goal today is this palace. As for the fight between the righteous and evil, shut up." Zhang Zicheng coldly cast him a glance. The other party immediately shut his mouth in fear, not daring to say anything more. Lu Li didn't seem to expect Zhang Zicheng to make such a move. She looked at Zhang Zicheng in astonishment. "Hee, you're quite affectionate," Shirtian smiled. The expressions of the righteous cultivators were very strange. A great Ascension Stage cultivator actually proposed marriage to a Yuanying Stage female cultivator? No one would believe it, but they saw it with their own eyes. There were also many female cultivators present. Among them, there were Deity Stage, Unity Stage, and even Crossing Tribulation Stage. At this moment, their eyes revealed a trace of jealousy when they looked at Lu Li. "Lu Li!" Zhang Zicheng's expression turned a bit ugly. Lu Li subconsciously looked at Zhang Zicheng. This scene caused Zhang Zicheng to misunderstand. He fiercely turned his head to look at Ningqi. His eyes were filled with endless killing intent. "Is Lu Li refusing me because of him? Then, after I kill Taoist Master Hidden Dream, I will compete with him." This sentence caused the other cultivators to misunderstand. The way they looked at Lu Li and Ningqi became extremely strange. Especially the female cultivators present. They couldn't believe it. A Yuanying Stage cultivator was actually being robbed by two great Ascension Stage cultivators? Using my head to ask for someone's hand in marriage? Ha ha ha. Chapter 2232. So strong. The two nascent soul stage cultivators who stood closest to Zhang Zicheng stared at the scene with their mouths agape. On the Tiandao sect side, when Shirtian and the other great Ascension Stage cultivators saw the scene, they were also shocked. Taoist Hidden Dream's cultivation base was at the peak. Apart from Shirtian, the only person who could catch his flying sword was the Lord of Dream Demon Tao. However, catching it was one thing. Catching the flying sword like Zhang Zicheng did was another. Shirtian's expression gradually became strange, and he subconsciously looked at Ningqi. Previously, his flying sword was also caught by Ningqi like this. When the Lord of Dream Demon Tao, the Lord of Mad Demon Tao, and the Lord of Een Demon Tao saw Zhang Ziqing catch Taoist Hidden Dream's flying sword, their expressions changed to varying degrees. Could it be that this kid's cultivation base is only half a step away from the fairy realm? Perhaps today, the three great demon Tao sects will not be able to gain any advantage here. Apart from the Lord of Dream Demon Tao, the other two had a hint of retreating. Coming here today might not be a good choice. How did Zhang Ziqing become so strong? He could even catch a great ascension stage cultivator empty-handed? In these 300 years, what exactly did he encounter? Lu Li looked at Zhang Ziqing with a stunned expression. Duo Air, is this guy really the one from Azure Dragon City? Ouyang Kadi could not believe it and hurriedly transmitted his voice to Duo Air. It is indeed him. This Zhang Ziqing has always liked Master, but Master does not like him at all. Moreover, he is very timid. When the Imperial Beast Valley made things difficult for our Lu Li Villa, he immediately left when he found out about it. He did not dare to show his face at all. Even the Imperial Beast Valley did not dare to offend him. Could it be that he encountered an immortal who passed on his cultivation base to him? Duo Air secretly guessed. How could this be? Taoist Hidden Dream's expression changed greatly. He then frantically used his divine will to urge his flying sword. The flying sword kept trembling. At this time, Zhang Ziqing's mouth revealed a trace of a cold smile. With a forceful grab, the flying sword was instantly crushed into pieces. Taoist Hidden Dream could not help but spit out a mouthful of blood. To Zhang Ziqing, the red light in Zhang Ziqing's eyes became more and more intense. Ningqi noticed this and smiled faintly. He was not related to Zhang Ziqing at all, and Zhang Ziqing did not seem to like him, so there was naturally no reason for him to warn him. Ningqi suspected that Zhang Ziqing had been possessed by some sort of existence. Although his strength was similar to Dao Yan's, his lifespan might not be much longer. This guy is a little strong. Shi Tian stroked his beard. The doubt in his eyes was even stronger. While the rest of the Deshang stage, cultivators regarded Zhang Ziqing as the kind of person who had been cultivating in seclusion for millions of years. Now that they saw Taoist Master Hidden Dream being defeated by Zhang Ziqing, they looked at Zhang Ziqing with a trace of admiration. Trash, your intrinsic flying sword is gone. If you have any other tricks up your sleeve, feel free to use them. Zhang Ziqing stared coldly at Reverend Hidden Dream. Bastard! Reverend Hidden Dream was shocked and furious. Why don't all of you come at me together? Zhang Ziqing suddenly laughed evilly, pointing at the Dream Demon Tao Sect Master, Mad Demon Tao Sect Master, and Shade Demon Tao Sect Master. When the cultivators of the three great demonic sects saw this, they were first shocked, then angry. They pointed at Zhang Ziqing and scolded him for being arrogant and arrogant. The righteous cultivators were also shocked by Zhang Ziqing's actions. They looked at Zhang Ziqing with strange expressions. Even the number one expert of the righteous path, old Ancestor Shi, did not have the ability to challenge the top 4 demonic sects alone? Haha, all right, I'll fulfill your wish. The Dream Demon Tao Sect Master smiled faintly. When the other two saw this, they hesitated for a moment before coming to a decision. If they did not suppress this person today, the reputation of the 3 great demonic sects would be tarnished. Venerable Hidden Dream gritted his teeth as he stared at Zhang Ziqing. He knew that Zhang Ziqing's cultivation was much higher than his. If they did not work together today, it would be very difficult to defeat him. In the next instant, the 4 peak existences from the demonic path attacked together. Zhang Ziqing roared out and flew forward to meet them. No matter what methods Sage Hidden Dream and the others used, Zhang Ziqing was able to break them all with a single punch. Seeing that caused the blood of the cultivators below to boil with shock. The thing that possessed him should also be a body-tempering cultivator, and its cultivation base isn't low either. What exactly is that iron hoop? A hint of curiosity gradually appeared in Ningqi's eyes. "Die, die, die!" Zhang Zicheng roared with laughter. Daoist Songmeng and the other three immediately received a punch from Zhang Zicheng. Their bodies flew out like cannonballs. Although they were not killed by Zhang Zicheng, blood trickled down the corners of their mouths. It was obvious that they had suffered internal injuries. A look of disbelief appeared on his face. Trash! Zhang Zicheng did not continue to attack. Instead, he sneered mockingly. He could feel that the righteous cultivators nearby were looking at him with a trace of reverence. Zhang Zicheng enjoyed such gazes very much. "Fairy Luli, at this moment, can you agree to my marriage proposal?" Zhang Zicheng looked at Fairy Luli and smiled faintly. Then he looked at Ningqi with a mocking gaze. "I can defeat an existence like him with a single punch. There is no future for you to follow him. You, Ouyang Kadi, Duo Air," and the others immediately revealed a hint of anger. Fairy Li's complexion was a bit pale. She did not know how to answer Zhang Zicheng. This was because the combat strength displayed by Zhang Zicheng was too terrifying. Even if the three Mahayana stage cultivators of the demonic path joined forces, they were still not his opponent. Daoist Songmeng's eyes revealed a hint of unwillingness. He had just broken through to the great perfection stage, yet he was defeated so miserably. Even with the four of them joining forces, they were still not his opponent. Let's go. The mad demon path's master wiped the blood from the corners of his mouth and said lightly. When the dream demon path sect master heard this, he was just about to nod when a chuckle sounded above everyone's head. "I can't believe that after so many years, the righteous path cultivators have managed to live up to expectations. Someone like you has appeared, but..." As the voice sounded, the arrogant Zhang Zicheng seemed to be hit in the stomach by something. His entire body arched like a cooked prawn, and a hint of shock appeared on his face. The next moment, Zhang Zicheng was suddenly sent flying, as if he had been hit by an invisible existence. A violent beating. Everyone's expression changed greatly. Some of them did not understand what had happened. Only Ningqi's gaze was a little strange. After the time it took to drink a cup of tea, Zhang Zicheng's face was covered in blood as he floated in the air. In front of him, a figure appeared, and it was squeezing Zhang Zicheng's neck. "You, who are you?" Zhang Zicheng's voice was hoarse, and there was a hint of fear in his eyes. After being beaten so violently without any resistance, his inexplicable courage seemed to be gradually disappearing. "Me? After so many years, I seem to have forgotten my name. Back then, they seemed to call me Blood Demon Ancestor? Sure, Tian, Perfected Person Hidden Dream," and the others gasped in unison, looking at the figure in disbelief. The Blood Demon Ancestor was a great vehicle cultivator from 3 million years ago. Back then, he had unified the entire devil path with his own strength, and the righteous path cultivators were suppressed to the point where they could not even lift their heads. At that time, the great vehicle cultivators present were only at the foundation establishment stage, or even the Qi refinement stage. "Isn't the Blood Demon Ancestor dead? How?" Shirtian's eyes gradually revealed a trace of fear. "Ancestral Master. Is it really the Ancestral Master?" The Shadow Demon Path Master looked at the Blood Demon Ancestor in shock and lost his voice. "Oh, you're a disciple of my Blood Demon clan?" The Blood Demon Ancestor looked like a young man in his 20s. He looked at the Shadow Demon Path Master with a faint smile. "Ancestral Master, ever since the news of your death spread, the Blood Demon clan has been destroyed by the Righteous Path cultivators. I only obtained the Blood Demon clan's cultivation technique by chance, so I should be considered a disciple of the Blood Demon clan, right?" The Shadow Demon Path Master hurriedly cupped his hands together. "News of my death? Hee hee, I did die back then, but it took me so many years to come back to life. What a pity those old fellows back then should have either died or become immortals, right? The blood demon ancestor sighed with a smile. Are you now an immortal? The shadow demon path master mustered up the courage to ask. Immortal? Nope. The blood demon ancestor smiled and shook his head. Perfected Hidden Dream and the others revealed a trace of disappointment when they heard that. If the blood demon ancestor was an immortal, perhaps all the righteous path cultivators present would have died. Although I'm not an immortal, I'm not much different from one. There hasn't been an itinerant immortal on the endless heaven planet for many years. Haha. The blood demon ancestor laughed. Itinerant immortal? Everyone's expression became even more strange. This word had indeed not appeared on the endless heaven planet for many years. Rumor had it that after a cultivator died, if he had a great opportunity, he could cultivate to become an itinerant immortal. Although he was not an immortal, his combat strength was no different from a human immortal. However, he would not be able to break through to a higher level in the future. Moreover, he would have to experience a lightning tribulation every 10,000 years. A long, long time ago, when the endless heaven planet was at its peak, there were at least dozens of itinerant immortals. However, in the past millions or even millions of years, no one had heard of anyone becoming an itinerant immortal. Unexpectedly, the blood demon ancestor had become an itinerant immortal. No wonder Zhang Zicheng was in his hands. He could not fight back at all. Itinerant immortal. Impossible. The fear in Zhang Zicheng's eyes intensified, and he subconsciously tried to break free. When the blood demon ancestor saw this, he punched him in the stomach again. This punch almost turned Zhang Zicheng into ashes. Zhang Zicheng's expression became even paler, and a trace of humiliation appeared in his eyes. However, he did not dare to struggle anymore. Today, the righteous path is in danger. Shi Tian's expression became extremely solemn. Zhang Zicheng was so powerful, but he was still beaten up by the blood demon ancestor. Even if they joined forces, they would not be a match for the blood demon ancestor. Did you just say that the blood demon clan was annihilated by the righteous path cultivators? The blood demon ancestor chuckled. The Lord of Shade Demon Path nodded hurriedly. Then none of you will leave today. From now on, there will be no righteous path cultivators on the endless heaven planet, only fiend path cultivators. Ha ha ha! The blood demon ancestor looked at Shi Tian and the others and let out a maniacal laugh. His laughter gave all the righteous path cultivators goosebumps, and their eyes gradually filled with fear. I wanted to observe this kid. Why don't you let me finish watching him? A voice sounded behind the blood demon ancestor. The blood demon ancestor's laughter stopped abruptly. The next moment, a hand appeared on the blood demon ancestor's neck, and the blood demon ancestor was lifted up just like how he had lifted Zhang Zicheng. Brother Ning, Senior Bei Xian, Martial Uncle?